Russians are to prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second quarterfinal match of the Osu Catch World Cup 2022 season. This is going to be the second losers bracket matchup between Italy and Belgium, and I hope that it's definitely going to be a good match. Italy last weekend were knocked down in a really close tiebreaker match against France, probably one of the best that we've seen, and are looking to put on a great performance this weekend against our beloved caster Quinton and his Belgian team. I'm joined once again by the fantastic commentator from the UK, JBH. Love to be back with you once again, and super excited for this one.
Well, thank you very much, Maito. Great to be back. Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, Italy, brilliant match last week. Fantastic, as you said. Belgium didn't actually get a chance to play last week. Their opponents, Ukraine, unfortunately weren't able to field a team. So hopefully they've been scrimming and practicing in the meantime. It's been 2 weeks since we've seen them on the stage. Bans coming in now. Italy getting rid of No Mod 1. Not too surprising. Probably the easiest map in the pool. Quite easy for all these players to perform well on it. So it removes an element of the coin flip. Belgium taking Hidden 2 away from Italy, I think that was, just as it disappeared.
Was it? No, it's Hard Rock. I think it was
Hard Rock 2, sorry. Sure, yeah, that makes more sense, actually, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you for catching that.
Alrighty. So, Rolls? Oh, nope, already Hidden 3's been picked by Quinton. Wow, that is not taking any time to slow down and have a think. They've definitely got it sorted.
Speaking to Quinton on our prediction stream earlier in the week, he said that because of the kind of huge skill gap between some of the Italian players in his roster, he was having to kind of work out lots of plans within plans on how to score a point here and how to break picks there. So there is a very good chance that Quinton has strategized this to the nth level and knows exactly what he and his players are going to be performing best at. And hopefully it works out for them.
Yeah, definitely. It would be very nice to see this match be closer than a lot of people might think, considering, Italy's performance so far in this tournament has been very good, against teams like France who are super solid, making it to that tiebreaker. So it'll be nice to see, and I'm excited. for both teams.
So whilst we're away in this game one, welcome everyone. Please do vote on who you think is going to win with your channel points. There's a chance to win. Quinten going to be finding the first drop and Giend doing the same from Belgium. So Italy have the early advantage here on one of the longer picks. 3.5 minutes this hidden 3. Quinten and Jess are going down again. Giend missing as well. So no real significant combos on the side of Belgium now. Italy have a huge advantage early on right now, with about 2/3 of the map still to play. Giend really struggling to hold a combo of any kind here.
Yeah, Kama is going to find a miss there, but Italy having a huge advantage right now compared to Belgium. Although Jez and Quinten have stabilized a little bit, Giend is maybe struggling a little bit more. But everyone's kind of building. Oh, as I say that, I was about to say building up that combo, but Quinten now finding another miss. No, Waffle though does trade that. The lead is, however, very much in Italy's favour so far, with about half of the map already gone. Armour still holding that double S actually, which is very nice to see.
Quinten and Jess going to drop again. Belgium really can't do with traded misses here. They need some breaks on the side of Italy. Especially in the next kind of like minute really. There's one from Sir Waffle, gives them a little bit of a chance, but they're not really in the best position to capitalize on it just yet.
Yeah, another miss from Sir Waffle there, but the lead is still very much in Italy's favour. Although, now there's a miss from Giend again. Traded by Sir Waffle, but Belgium really need those combos all above 200 to have any sort of chance to bring this map back into their hands whatsoever.
Yeah, the gap right now is about 120,000 with probably only about 40 seconds to go. So there's going to be several more breaks needed on the side of the Italian players to allow Belgium back into this one. It could be a very early break point, which is not what you want against a team as strong as Italy. There's a triple miss from Belgium. That's probably ruined their chances right away.
Yeah, that is really not what they want to see at all. Armour does break his double S there and also the FC, which is a bit unfortunate, but the lead for Italy is just way too much, 150k score or so, and I think it's looking like they are going to take this first hidden pick pretty convincingly. Yeah, and,
dispelling any doubts that Italy might not have practiced that much, seeing the losers bracket as a fairly easy run, at least for the next week or so for them. They've really come in strong here. A couple of misses towards the end there, but Armour still got a bit of a combo, Jessa as well. The score gap is just far too much for Belgium to overcome right now, and they're going to take this one fairly comfortably. About 140,000 points to the good. Break point on Belgium's first pick, Italy 1-0.
Yeah, right out of the gates, Belgium definitely know what they wanted. As you were talking about, Quinten's schemes and plans for this match, considering maybe a bit of a lopsided matchup against Italy, not doing 100% what they wanted to, but obviously lots of chances still to come in this match. Definitely not over.
Looks like the picks coming quickly is going to continue on the side of Italy as well. We see Kama asking for Nomad 4 there, Enigma 2. Probably one of the harder picks in the pool, Nomad converted difficulty. Not terribly long, but very dense, very spicy, lots of fast jumps and direction changes. Something that the kind of more experienced players will feel at least a little bit more comfortable on than some of the not quite so technically proficient players on Belgium's roster.
Yeah, it does look like Italy might have a little bit of a advantage in terms of skill here, but we'll see what happens. We got some pretty vocal Belgium supporters in the chat, which is nice to see. Although, oh my god, someone predicted with 200k channel points in favor of Italy.
That's
That is
very
some-
confident.
Oh my god, that is a lot.
Yeah, plenty
Okay.
of vocal support for Belgium in the chat, but the money is talking Team Italy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Armour finding a really early miss at the very start.
Well, there's everyone missing apart from Armour.
Yeah, everyone's no FCs. There are going to be no FCs for this pick whatsoever. Another double miss from Auto LS and Jeaned. Seems like everyone's kind of maybe struggling a little bit on this pick. Kama missing again. And so does So Waffle. Yeah, basically no solid combos past 200 except for now Auto LS Fanboy finally able to get a little bit of a combo on the board. So the score is actually going to stay within pretty good reason for Belgium to take the lead back. And
That's
now
gonna be
Mr.
aided
So
by
Waffle.
Yeah, aided there.
Yeah.
So this map is short and so punishing that one person managing to hold a good combo could be the deciding factor very easily. And we see that the score difference coming really quite close to Belgium's side now, although Italy will still have a slight advantage. One more miss from Italy could switch it, but there's Quinton going down.
Quinton. And now another miss from Quinton as well, and Italy's combos, and a miss from Jeanne as well. Quinton again, and Italy's combos are just building and building and building, and it seems that Belgium's consistency is kind of falling apart towards the end of this map. And this score lead now is super for the way of Italy. Double miss again from Jeanne and Quinton. Auto LS Fanboy holding a very nice combo there, actually more than anyone else in the lobby, but not going to matter. Italy just able to be a little bit more consistent on that pick, and they will take the point, second point actually, on their pick. So Belgium are going to have to pick something they're pretty confident in and get their first point on the board.
That's actually a really impressive play from Autoless Fanboy, like almost matching Armour. Slightly more combo, but slightly lower score overall due to the spacing of those misses. Not bad by Belgium at all, but as we saw in the previous game, some early misses from Italy, and then they kind of rally the troops, get the consistency under their belt, and then FC most of, if not all of the rest of the map to put the game out of reach. So Italy win their first pick and go to a 2-0 lead. Will Belgium stick with the hidden plan as we saw Japan trying to do against the Russian Federation earlier? Or is there a plan B, C, D? How deep does the strategizing go?
That is a very good question. Who knows? Yeah, Quinton, he's got a pretty big brain on him, so I guess we'll have to see. Who knows how much that strategy has gone into this? They will definitely need it. And Quinton is going to be picking DT1, so definitely an interesting pick there. I'm not sure about the advantages or disadvantages in terms of the teams here, but yeah, Belgium choosing DT1, hopefully be able to get their first point on the board.
So before the kind of round started, I assumed that this was going to be a pick that a lot of the lower seeded teams would avoid entirely because of the approach rate 9 double time aspect. But it seems like the kind of comfort of the patterns themselves not being that difficult has maybe has offset that difficulty slightly, because we saw both Japan and now Belgium, certainly the lower seeded teams in those two matchups, picking it into two teams in Italy and Russia that are very good at speed picks. So I'm very interested to see that people have found this maybe a little bit more confident than I was expecting them to.
Yeah, that is definitely interesting in terms of the AR, and I guess people like, oh, they're probably not going to pick this considering it, but yeah, I guess the pattern's just kind of aiding them a little bit. So let's see if Belgium can use those relatively nice patterns to their advantage and get some consistency going and take this first point for their side against Italy.
So Italy fielding an unchanged roster. Cake Noob coming in for Jeanne on the side of Belgium.
And so far, everyone holding pretty nice. No misses in the early stages. The map is pretty long though, to be fair. Nearly 3 minutes in length, so yeah, out of the gates, everyone holding that double S except Cake Noob, who maybe had a couple droplets, but Gore's still very, very close.
Yeah, we saw another drop there for the droplets just before this intense section and one right at the beginning. Quinton's going to be the first to drop though. Italy had a really, really slender advantage with those droplet misses, but it's going to be extended into a more sizable advantage now with the miss from Quinton during this chorus section. But Kame drops there as well.
So now the advantage is going to be basically nullified for Italy, and now it's going to flip over to Belgium with Sir Waffle missing. And that is exactly what Belgium needs right now, and all of their players now above 200. The combo lead is hugely in their favour, and they're going to try to use that as much as possible to just build as much of a lead as they can.
The score difference is still just a single miss here as Sir Waffle building back up to 200 combo.
Yeah, Italy now stabilising a little bit. Everyone on the board back up above 200, so we will now wait and see who will be the next to drop, and it will be Cake Noob right as I say that, so now the advantage is going to be swinging back in Italy's favour, although it is still extremely close. And it is going to flicker here possibly any second now.
This could come down to droplet accuracy right now, because Kame dropped quite a lot in that one spot. Quinton and Waffle trade though.
Yeah, the trade, and the lead is still just in Belgium's favour, only by a very, very small amount. It's basically equal. Any miss from anyone right now, and it's Sir Waffle who misses.
This map's almost over. If Belgium can hold on for another like 50 to 100 combo, they'll secure this one for sure.
Yeah, and Auto LS, Fanboy and Armor just carrying right now, still both holding FCs. And another miss from Sir Waffle as well, and Quinton above 200. A miss from Kama. Italy is basically falling apart right now. Sir Waffle missing again, and although that double S from Armor is very nice to see, it's not going to matter. And this DT1 pick is going to be won by Belgium.
By 80,000 points as well. Let's go. Belgium got hands today.
Oh God, the copy bastard. Oh, man. Yeah, I know, right, though, like, wow.
So Waffle did just struggle a little bit to hold combo towards the end there, and ultimately that allowed Belgium to get a bit more of a lead than they might otherwise have gotten. So, yep, shows that I have no idea what I'm talking about. Belgium clearly feeling way more confident than I gave them credit for. Congrats to them, taking the fastest pick in the pool off of Italy. They're on the board, 2-1 to Italy, still in the lead, and it's their pick next.
Yeah, that is a very, very nice performance from Belgium, and yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. I'm excited. I'm excited for them.
Cameron not too phased, going straight into Hard Rock 3.
Yep.
Italy deciding that they probably feel like they have the convert advantage over Belgium, so they're going to kind of stick to those. There's plenty more available, 2 in the double time pool and 1 in the no mod pool. Mixed mod, of course, has a convert as well.
Oh, man. Oh, okay, so, yeah. Hard Rock 3. Very confident pick for Italy here, I would say. All of their players are very, very experienced in this mod. And I think that... Oh, actually, someone's swapping out here for Cake Noob on Belgium's side. Wonder who it will be, unless we're just getting trolled again and they'll join back in a sec. Oh my god. Okay. God damn it.
Got him.
Alright, no roster changes whatsoever.
So just as we're getting underway with this one, I'm bringing you another match that's going on right now. Taiwan versus Argentina. Taiwan won a point on Hidden 2 and then took a break point against Argentina on Nomon 2. So they're currently leading 2-0 against Argentina, and I cannot see Narcs or Sergons in the lobby, so that might be a problem for Argentina where they haven't got some of their players available, which would be a real shame.
Yeah, let's hope that won't affect it too much. Who won the spinner there? I think it was Italy just.
Yeah, no droplet misses on either side, so Italy coming out with at least 1 or 2 more spins than Belgium there.
This map is pretty tough, I would say. Some of the, is this a combat?
Yes.
Or am I? Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not a Hard Rock fan, and I'm not a Combat fan, so when they combine together, it's just an absolute disaster. And everyone, though, on this lobby seeming to be holding on pretty well. The accuracy, oh no, just as I say that, Belgium has a double miss, and now the lead for Italy will be extending hugely.
Yeah, this isn't a particularly long map, only kind of 2 minutes in length, so we're halfway through now. As you said, yeah, missed there from Auto LS Fanboy. Italy still holding on to a triple double S right now. Quinton goes down, no combos left on the side of Belgium as Cake Noob and Auto LS Fanboy both go down as well. Armor does finally break the triple SS from Italy, but their score difference is still going up massively with the 2 full combos from Kame and Sawaffle.
Yeah, the score lead is almost at 300k score now, and the bottom half of the screen for Belgium is just really struggling, it seems here, to get much of a combo on the board. And now Armor back above that 200 combo. Kama and Sir Waffle still holding that double S. Oh my god. Sir Waffle misses. I'm sorry, I commentator cursed it. Only 1 double S remaining for Italy, and luckily I can't curse that in time, so Kama will end that point off with a very nice performance, and Quinton also performing very well. Only 1 miss, but the rest of his team just not able to really keep up with him.
Yeah, 1 miss right in the middle of the map for Quinton, but there wasn't really much he could do about that. Italy, almost flawless performance from their roster, really, and that's the perfect way to come back from losing a point on the DT1. Really convincing victory to get them back to 2 points of gap. 3-1 Italy. Belgium once again have the next pick.
Yeah, it's the most convincing win we've seen this match, I'm pretty sure. 450k score. Very nice performance from Italy there. The 79 squad.
Taiwan have just taken their 3rd point against Argentina, so currently at 3-0 in their favour on Hard Rock 1, one that we haven't seen yet, so they're extending their lead. Belgium are going to go back to the hidden pool, which they started with, but unfortunately lost that break point. But this is a very different map. New BSP style, AR 8.2, a very slow but strongly spaced opening, and then a much faster, more flowing second kind of half of the map.
Yeah, I think hidden 1 for this Belgian team is probably their best bet, really. They are seeming very confident on hidden, it seems here. It's possible after hidden they might go for another DT pick, I'm not sure actually. Who knows what Quinton has, planned up once again.
I mean, I think his goal was to win a point, so well, I'm not sure if he has more plans than this.
Accomplished. Definitely accomplished.
It's like you make the plan to get somewhere, but then you have no idea what to do when you get there because you weren't expecting to get that far in the first place.
Yep. It's like, alright guys, here we go. This is what we want to do. Oh, we did it? Well, good luck on the rest, I guess. Okay, going to be getting underway very shortly.
Yeah, moving into
I
game number
assume.
5 now. Italy still haven't rotated any players, just Kame, Arma, and Sawafel.
Yeah, just like Russia, showing their team consistency. Just able to show off how, just how consistent they can be in terms of many different mod pools and differing maps. They are a very strong team in this tournament, and I think they will go pretty far.
So Kama having a little bit of trouble readying up for some reason. We thought we might have to kick him and then re-invite him to the lobby, but things seem to be working now, so that's really good.
There we go. Very nice to see.
So coming after the previous pick, AR10 with obviously Hard Rock, now into AR 8.2 hidden. Belgium have the slight advantage of 2 of their players not having played the previous pick, so only Quinten really has to make that adaptation. All of Italy's players will have to do that, but so far they're looking like they're doing okay. Jessa with the first miss, giving Italy an early advantage.
I think it was Jean there actually in the very early stages of the map that had a miss, but now everyone missing here really except for Arma. Just, I guess, struggling coming off that AR-10, as you said, into this absolute just struggle, I guess, with low AR hidden.
So despite
Definitely.
Arma's SS, Belgium have actually taken the lead a little bit here because of that really early miss was followed up by a pretty solid performance so far from Jin. Waffle is down below 98% accuracy right now though.
Oh no, but a miss from Jin, although a double miss from Italy's side. Everyone is really struggling except Arma so far, still holding that double S, and the lead is just climbing right now for Italy. I think it is going to be... Oh wow, it's just incredibly close. Another miss from Sawafel, traded by Quinten. There's misses firing off everywhere right now.
Italy have just taken the lead right now as Waffle trades with Jess again, coming into the dense section now. There's really not much left now. There's a double miss. Oh, triple miss. All of Italy go down. Quinten has a decent combo, but he drops. Can they hold on to the lead here?
Sawafel finds another miss, and Jess also misses, but I think with the final spinner, they are going to hang on for their second point, and picking Hidden 1 turned out in their favor. Now 3-2.
That was a little bit of a bloodbath on all sides, but Waffle really did not have a good time with that pick at all, and Belgium overall were just slightly more consistent and able to build combos than Italy, despite that really, really solid combo from Arma. Maybe Belgium might not win this, but they are exposing maybe a little bit of a low AR hidden weakness for Italy that future teams might be able to exploit. This is really interesting now. Belgium do take a second point, bring the deficit back to 1 game.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Sir Waffle, as you said. Just struggling quite a bit more than the rest of the field. And, good performance obviously from Arma and Jean, both only with 4 misses. But, yeah, love to see Belgium getting that second point in the match being much closer than a lot of people would have originally thought.
As soon as that point ended, we see Quinten saying, and no hiddens left, right? And someone says hidden 2, and he's like, oh, excellent. So I guess they're going to pick that next. But Italy have the pick now, and they're going to stick with Hard Rock. Hard Rock won this time, something that we haven't seen on stream yet. Fake. Very quick to speed Aitsuki Nakuru. One of the longer picks in the pool, but also, relatively speaking, in terms of Hard Rock patterning, quite comfortable. Not too many kind of oddly spaced edge dashes that can catch you out. Not too many deformed streams as Hard Rock starts to displace these notes a little bit. So this will feel much more like a no-mod pick, just at AR10, and obviously with smaller circles. And in our other match, Taiwan have now raced to a 4-0 lead over Argentina. They haven't won a single pick by less than 250,000 points. They're putting on a dominant performance over Argentina right now.
Yeah, very true there. Taiwan, although not streamed, seeming that putting on a dominant display behind the scenes.
So we're going to be getting underway with game number 6 now. Italy had that early break point. They want to try and keep Belgium at a comfortable arm's length, stop them from overtaking them. But another break point from Belgium at any point does level the scores, makes this match exceptionally interesting.
Yeah, that would be incredible to see. I must say, like Belgium being even with Italy, taking a hard rock pick as well. Let's see if they can pull something again out of the hat and make this match just even more intriguing than it already is. So early stages, everyone holding on pretty well. No misses so far. A little bit of bancho leg there. And yeah, it seems that everyone is making it to 200 combo with not much of a problem.
You see Auto LS and Cake Noob with a little bit of more accuracy drop. Cake Noob with quite a few droplets missed actually, and there's an actual miss. I was going to say Kama had a little bit of an accuracy drop as well, but that's less significant now that Cake Noob has actually broken combo.
Yeah, Cake Noob building up those droplets into a miss finally, and that is going to give Italy a little bit of a lead. Cake Noob though, seeming to... Oh no, actually missing a few notes there.
Yeah, just coming away from that vertical slider a little bit too quickly, therefore missing the hyper dash.
Yeah, definitely know what Belgium wants there, and Italy's still holding that triple FC right now. Quinton and AutoLS Fanboy both still holding onto those FCs as well, but just Cake Noob struggling a little bit more than the rest of the field here. And Italy's advantage is looking pretty nice so far, and their performance as well.
Yeah, about 60,000 points the lead as we reach the halfway point in the map. 4 minutes in length, so still a lot of chance for Belgium to come back, but that's not really what they need. Another drop there from Cake Noob. So far, no significant misses there. As I say that though, so Waffle breaking just before those couple of spinners. That's a start, but they're going to need at least 2 more misses from Italy somewhere in the next, say, minute and a half if they want an opening back into this map.
Yeah, Belgium need really Italy to kind of fall apart right now, or just completely reverse how they've been performing in this pick so far, which is complete confidence, except for that little miss from Sir Waffle. Their lead is still looking quite nice, especially on this long map.
Yeah, AutoLS Fanboy and Quinton doing exactly what they need to do, just keep holding combo. But they really don't have a chance back in unless we see there is one. Probably at least one more miss required from Italy, but Cake Noob trades it almost immediately. That's not what Belgium need.
Yeah, now Cake Noob's accuracy is also below 98%, and finding another miss there too. Not looking good for Belgium on this pick, although Quinton and AutoLS Fanboy putting on a really good performance, and as I say that, cursing AutoLS kind of there to miss there, which is unfortunate, but Quinton still holding that FC for Belgium, and Armour and Kama also holding on very nicely. And as this map closes out, it is looking like Italy will be taking another point, and it's going to be 4-2 in their favour.
Yeah, a little mistrade between Sawaffle and Cake Noob again there, but there's too much of a score gap for any misses now to really make a difference. In the end, pretty comfortable victory, 120,000 points for Italy. They bring the score difference back out to 2, now 4 points to 2. Belgium still have at least one more pick left to try and set the World Cup stage alight here. They have one hidden pick left. We think Quinten already kind of mentioned it at the end of the previous game, so hidden 2 is probably the most likely avenue that they go down here. But I don't know, maybe there's another plan, as you said. Double time 1 seemed to work out pretty well for them, so maybe they stick. Maybe they go back to double time.
Yeah, it does look like that will be the case here. Hidden 2 looking like the absolute preferred option for Belgium right now. So yeah, probably either a DT or hidden pick here. Would most likely hidden. It is kind of interesting that they're taking so long to decide. Maybe discussing the roster possibly before picking the map.
See, this is actually what I was going to say. Maybe they're considering something in mixed mod, because Belgium haven't had a trouble with like any of their players being able to play hidden or hard rock. It's really just been kind of whoever their third player is has struggled a little bit. So, oh, hang on. Yeah, they put down no mod 2, but I think mixed mod 2 was actually the selection. So I think that was the decision that was being made that was taking time, is do they give mixed mod a try so that their kind of 2 strongest players, who I think are Quinten and Autoless Fanboy right now, can lock down the hard rock and the hidden spots, and then they can have someone playing that third player slot very comfortable at no mod, not being forced outside their comfort zone.
Oh wow, it actually looks like... Oh, no? Okay. Jean's coming back in here, I think. Yep, that is going to be the case, and now Autoless Fanboy is going to be on the top of the screen here.
So we haven't seen mixed mod yet in the quarterfinal stage of this World Cup. So if you haven't watched any of the previous rounds, mixed mod is kind of like free mod in that you have hidden hard rock and no mod, but you aren't allowed to pick any combination of mods you want. One person, which in this case will be the player in the top of the 3, must play on hard rock. 1 plays on hidden and 1 plays on no mod. So there's no kind of score advantage to be gained by playing risky and like putting everyone on hard rock, for example.
Yeah, mixed mod is definitely one of the most interesting components of this tournament. Definitely a good introduction. Well, this map is actually AR8, so AR8 hidden and no mods. Pretty standard map for hard rock, I guess, but already early on, Autoless Fanboy is going to be finding a miss. Traded by Karma though, although with this hard rock, well, I guess all the mods aren't exactly balanced, so one miss from a particular player might not exactly equal out another miss from a different mod, because hard rock is a bit more weighted. So
you mentioned that like not too strange for the hard rock players, but if you can look and get the magnifying glass out, you see that CS 6.5 with hard rock. So that is really quite precise. We see Autoless Fanboy and Armor not having a good time with some of these little wiggles, really punishing CS5 hard rock. Kame struggling a little bit with the low AR hidden has given Belgium a pretty huge advantage here, as Quinten and Giend have massive combos. A double miss from Italy, Armor and Kame both going down. This is a massive advantage for Belgium right now. Really inspired looking pick so far.
Yeah, Belgium is just cruising right now, actually. I didn't even realize. Yeah, a bit of a mistake there. I didn't actually see the CS was so absolutely terrible to play for hard rock. So even though the AR isn't the worst. It is quite standard. Yeah, that CS is just really punishing. Although there is a double miss from Belgium here. Their lead is so far in front that it just does not matter whatsoever. They could have like 3 team misses right now and it just would not matter whatsoever.
Yeah, Armour having a nice combo there as everyone from Belgium missed, but they have a monumental gap now. Almost 500,000 points as the map comes to a close. That is a huge margin of victory against a team as strong as Italy.
Yeah, that is an incredible performance there. I have to say that is really, really nice to see from Belgium. And they're going to be taking that 3rd point. So I guess Quinton's hope for getting that 1 point is already way past what it originally was. And yeah, just Kama really having a hard time on that lower hidden, it seemed.
Now it gets really interesting because Italy have been super confident on Hard Rock. There's no more Hard Rock. Belgium have 1 hidden pick and 1 mixed mod pick available, which if the match goes long, they can feel fairly comfortable on. It becomes very difficult for Italy to pick now. If they could pick double time, but they've already lost on DT1. They could pick, say, no mod 2 or no mod 3, but I think Belgium would be realistically able to at least contest those points, so it's a risky option. There really is no safe pick left for Italy now. Even though they have the lead because of that breakpoint, I think Belgium actually have an advantage here.
Yeah, as you said, Italy, absolutely no guaranteed picks anymore, I would say. Belgium looking to be able to contest every single one here, and that is going to be really interesting to see as this match plays out a little bit more. Can Belgium cause some kind of upset? It is a possibility, even if it's not the most likely thing to happen. That would be one of the greatest upsets of the tournament so far if Belgium can actually maybe at least even take this to tiebreaker in all possibilities.
It really would. Italy have gone for what I feel is the safest option of kind of their kind of selection so far. They've looked very strong on the converts in general. Admittedly, they did lose that mixed mod convert by a considerable margin, but throughout the match as a whole, converts have definitely looked like more of Italy's strength. So this is one of the last remaining converts left on the table.
Yeah, it does seem that way. And also, just a quick note, the other match that was going on, Taiwan has beaten Argentina 6-love, so they will be advancing further into the losers bracket, going to be playing either Germany or Vietnam next time. But all eyes are focused on this match right now, which is turning out to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, certainly not one that people expected to be going this close before the stream started. But also we had like Taiwan-Argentina as potentially being a really close match. The fact that half of their roster was unavailable to play kind of made that a little bit of a formality, unfortunately.
Okay, here we go. No mod 3. Let's see what Italy can produce. Can they get those 2 match points that they sorely need to be able to close out the match? Or can Belgium yet again gain another unexpected point and bring it back to 4-all? Let's see.
A break point here would be a huge momentum shift in Belgium's favour. But they've got the next 4.5 minutes of this no mod 3 to try and pull that off. Quinton going to be finding the early miss at about 260 combo. Going to give Italy a little bit of an early advantage, but as this is quite a long map, a single miss is not going to be punished quite as much as on some of the smaller picks. Quinton does drop again though, and Jessa goes down now too. Italy with quite a big advantage now.
Yeah, those 2 misses from Jessa and Quinton. Definitely not what Belgium wants to see. Italy looking super confident, as you said. There are possible key strength being converts here, all still holding very nice FCs. Kama dropping a bit of AC, but not going to matter whatsoever.
Yeah, combo-wise, looking really strong from Italy right now. 3 600 combos as we get 1/3 of the way through the map, and a double miss to equate that from Belgium. Jesse and Quinton going down. The score difference now approaching 100,000.
Yeah, and on a long map like this, that is very... that is a pretty significant lead, I would say. Yeah, Quinton finding a miss there. So Waffle does find a miss, however, but so does AutoLS Fanboy, who was holding that nice FC that was keeping Belgium in the game. And now it seems that, although there's a double miss from Armor and Kama.
Yeah, and AutoLS Fanboy has just about got to 200 combos, so they're in a reasonably good position to bring some of this score difference back. It's still going to be kind of on the order of like 60,000, but it is proving that Italy are not infallible here.
No, no FCs left on the board, and there's going to be a trade from Kama and Jessa there, and it seems that Quinton and also AutoLS have been able to bring back those combos and give Belgium a really big fighting chance here, actually, to possibly even win this pick. I mean, I know that the score is still very much in Italy's favour, but if they find a few more misses and collapse, kind of like what happened in Mixed Mod, it is very possible that Belgium could take this if they're able to maintain those combos, but they need to do that to have any chance here.
Yeah, still about 80,000. That's going to be reduced a little bit with Sawaffle missing there. They still probably need like 3 or 4 more misses to be able to swing the score difference back in their favour. But there's a triple miss from Belgium. That's disaster for them right now. And they can see Italy have the chance to see Belgium score in the break. Belgium know that there's a huge advantage now for Italy coming into the last minute of the song.
Yeah, right before that break, that triple miss is going to be absolutely devastating for Belgium, and they were looking like they could maybe take this if Italy sort of collapsed towards the end, but another team miss here from Belgium again is just going to be it, and Italy's lead is storming away, and they are going to be able to take 2 match points and extend the lead to 5-3. Everyone here really struggling except Armor, holding a very nice combo almost at 800. And yeah, was looking for a while like Belgium might have been a contender to win the point, but just really unfortunate misses there, and Italy is going to pretty convincingly at the end take the No Mod 3 pick and move into a nice position for their team.
Yeah, 217,000 points, the difference at the end of the day. As you said, 2 match points now for Italy. Belgium do get to pick next, but they have to beat their pick. They have to finally secure a break point somehow, and then they still have to play a tiebreaker if they want to force the unlikely elimination of Italy at this quarterfinal losers bracket stage. As we said, there is still Mixed Mod 1 and Hidden 2 on the table, 2 picks that I think Quinton will be kind of eyeing up between them. The double time pool is still largely untouched, but I think that's a little bit more of a risk, and I think Italy are most likely going to go for something from the double time pool in their next pick anyway, if it comes to that. So they're going to go DT3. Wow, Quinton really has a plan here, and it is not what I was expecting at all.
No, I definitely would have expected Belgium to have picked a Hidden by now, but not looking like the case at all. Just
this has to be that they just feel very comfortable on this map, because based on reacting to what's happened so far in the match, Italy have definitely been the clear stronger team on converts throughout the picks in this match. So Belgium must just feel so super confident on this one that no matter how good Italy are at converts, that they just feel they'll come out on top here. And I appreciate the fact that they have a plan and they're sticking to that plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, as you said, and have said quite a few times, Italy's strong point has definitely been converts, I would say, looking much more confident than Belgium, but clearly they must have practiced this map quite a lot to be able to picking it also on match point against a team like Italy. It's basically their 1 point that they need to win. Okay, hopefully getting underway shortly. Quinton questioning if Italy are good on the map.
Armour saying he's sight reading almost 80% of the maps. So maybe they didn't practice quite as much as I expected them to. But if Armour is the one that's sight reading everything, and he's been like one of the MVPs of the lobby so far, that just shows how like on another level he is as a player.
Yeah, I mean, that's not too much of a surprise. Armour is a super strong player and very experienced. So here we go. Can Belgium take this point back and, not get eliminated from the tournament, or can Italy finally put Belgium's amazing efforts away? We will see very shortly. This map is pretty long though, 3 minutes 10. Lots of opportunity for things to go wrong or things to go right, depending on who you are. Out of the gate, everyone looking pretty nice. Extremely early stages though, so let's see. Everyone making it to 200 combo with no problems. Oh no, there's a miss from Cake Noob actually. So early on, definitely not what Belgium wants here. Let's see, Italy now with a little bit of a score advantage, and is actually Cake Noob's miss early on is going to be traded by Armour, but that's going to be traded right back by Quinton, and the lead for Italy is going to maintain. And now another miss from AutoLS Fanboy, and no FCs left on the board for Belgium. This is already not looking fantastic. Sir Waffle though does find a miss. Kama holding that nice combo for Italy here right now, and Armour also finding another miss too. So the score is actually staying reasonably close. Although Cake Noob there finding another couple misses, and that is going to be pretty decisive. Although Sir Waffle finding a couple as well, and this point is definitely still in contention. But AutoLS Fanboy now finding a miss, actually finding a couple misses there, accompanied by Cake Noob. Well,
there's a double miss before the break though, and they can see Belgium know that there's a score difference of about 50,000-60,000 with a third of the map still to play, but they can see that there are two low combos, but there's two low combos on Belgium as well. Quinton has the higher combo, but it doesn't matter.
And now
there's a triple miss from Belgium.
Yeah, and Armour's combo is going to be carrying Italy out of that quick scare there, and if they can just build up right now and maintain that lead, it is going to be the match.
Yeah, so Waffle trading with Cake Noob there, but that earlier triple miss from Belgium pretty much seals it. The score difference is over 100,000 now, with only about 30 seconds of the map still to play. Kama is going to drop, but Armour is still holding on strong really nicely. Cake Noob trading. Score difference still at about 100,000 right now. It's been a valiant fight from Belgium, but I think this is where Italy finally put the nail in and send Belgium home. They've performed so super well, better than I think anyone really expected, but it will be Italy, though hard fought, progressing to the next round of the losers bracket.
Yeah, very well played from Belgium, I gotta say. Really nice performance from them, and they have to take something positive away from that, performing that well against a team as strong as Italy. But Italy, in the end, just too much of a powerhouse for Belgium to contend with. And they're going to be moving on in the losers bracket to face either Brazil or Norway. And yeah, very well played, obviously, by both teams. And are we going to be swapping over to another match?
I think Australia-Finland is happening right now, which we may be able to get to very soon. Just going to let everyone see the results of this match if you've just joined or just went to go run and get something. But there you can see, congratulations to Team Italy, as we said. Vito, Noza and Sakhalin not appearing for Italy, either unavailable or just kind of not needed this time around. Italy just that 3-man roster powering through.
Yeah, Armour, Kama and So Waffle, just too good. I hope that we are moving to that Australia-Finland match. Get to see my boys performing. Would be nice to see. So
while we get that set up for you, Finland banned first and removed DT1. Australia banned Nomod 1, and the scoreline is currently 3-1 in favour of Australia. Very close previous point, winning on Hard Rock 1 by just 27,000 points, which is about 1 miss.
Yeah, now they're on a glitch defect.
Okay, so actually looks like since we have a match starting in 5 minutes, Poland versus the Netherlands, I think we're going to be going to that one so that we're not kind of just jumping into a match and then immediately leaving it for something else. We're going to take something from the beginning to end. So that's the one that we're going to be going with, I believe.
Yeah, that does make sense there, unfortunately. No Australia-Finland match. From my perspective, you don't like to see it, but
Well, of course, we'll keep you updated on how things progress in that match and anything else that's happening.
Of course.
Concurrently, of course.
Ooh, now the scoreline is 3-2 for that Finland-Australia match.
Yeah, as you said, Finland taking that point on Hidden 3. Panda Bear just struggling a little bit to hold combo. I couldn't really compete against Orsumi and Jonsku, both 1200 combo. Really, really good performance from them.
Yeah, pretty convincing win there from Finland.
So we're hearing that Netherlands want to wait until the hour to start the match, so we'll just be kind of vibing here for the next 4 minutes, bringing you, I guess, radio coverage of the Australia-Finland game. But while we wait, please do ask us some questions in the chat. Let us know what your favourite match of CWC has been, what you're most looking forward to in the rest of the quarterfinals, who you think's going to win the whole tournament. Please do talk to us. Let us know how we're doing and how you're doing, of course, as well.
Yeah, definitely. Keep us entertained.
Ask us questions for our amusement.
Yes. No copy pastas though, please. Yeah, it's actually interesting. The score is being updated, but not actually able to see the match.
Turkey Sweden fan, yeah, that was a fantastic match in the end of the round of 16. I thought that was very surprising to go to tiebreak, but I was kind of really surprised and really happy that it did. Turkey in their first ever CWC did really, really well. unfortunately couldn't quite win that knockout match against the veteran Sweden.
Yeah. Oh, actually, good point. Some people from the chat. If you want to support your favorite team, you can go and buy a banner. I think I said it last match as well. Go and buy a banner to support your favorite team. It's only a little bit of money and it shows up very nicely on your profile. So it is very clear who you are supporting, and if they do end up winning, your support will stay on there for quite a while. So yeah, if you have a little bit of money to spare to support your favorite team in this tournament, definitely go do that. What is Akasa's favorite match been? Probably I would say France and Italy. That match was so good.
Absolutely. I wanted to see them just play all day. That was fantastic. 10 break points in a row and then a tiebreaker. So good. I thought Turkey-Sweden was really, really good because it was a kind of surprise package. I wasn't expecting it to be as close as it was. So in a way, that was also one of my favorites. But yeah, France-Italy, just for kind of the sheer skill on display and the consistency game after game after game was the best for me.
Yeah, both those matches really entertaining, and hopefully many more just like them on the way. I would say that this Poland-Netherlands match is pretty well in Poland's favour, as you can see from the predictions, 94% for Poland and only 6% for the Netherlands. So I do appreciate those people with some faith in our Netherlands team.
And here we go, Chatty getting a really unfortunate roll of 3 for the Netherlands, Boba handily beating that with 76, so it looks like Poland have won the roll.
Oh, that is very unfortunate. Chatty can't believe that they've rolled so low.
So Netherlands getting rid of Hidden 1, the approach rate 8.2 hidden pick. Pretty unsurprising. Poland a pretty solid hidden team, even without players like Fob in the roster this year. Netherlands in their match against Thailand last week looked generally pretty strong on double time, but I think it's more likely that Poland gets rid of No Mod 1 again, as most of the stronger teams have done in these matchups thus far.
So it will be Poland's pick here. Let's see what they can conjure up for the first point.
Yeah, Boba saying that they weren't expecting the Hidden 1 ban. Maybe Boba was going to ban that themselves, so they've got to decide what else they want to do. They're going to get rid of Hard Rock 2, which I think is really interesting, because Poland are a pretty solid Hard Rock team. So obviously they just don't feel like that is the map for them. It's one of the harder maps in the pool, I think, so maybe they just feel that it's a bit more of a coin toss as to who ends up getting lucky in a good combo. DT1 is going to be their first pick, though.
DT1 seeming like a pretty popular point for a lot of teams in this quarterfinals map pool.
It hasn't added popularity bonus for Poland because it's mapped by Verti, who is a Polish mapper himself, so maybe there's a little bit of national favoritism going on there in this pick.
Oh, of course. Yeah, you gotta pick the map. It's someone from your country mapped. That's just the rules.
I wish it was the rules, because last round UK ignored DT2 as much as possible and like to pretend it didn't exist.
Oh,
I'm still sad with them.
that's sad. It's okay, they got next year to not let you down.
Okay, so getting underway now. Poland versus Netherlands once again, best of 11, so first to 6 points, another losers bracket quarterfinal match in this 2022 edition of the Oscatch World Cup. Poland's last match was a 6-1 defeat to the United States in the winners bracket. Netherlands lost early on to Italy, I believe. That was 5-1. But then they were victorious in the losers bracket over Thailand last week, 6-1.
Yeah, and getting into this point here, Boba seems to be struggling quite a bit. Not able to garner much combo at all, and the rest of the field doing pretty well, but yeah, under 90% accuracy?
I think, has Boba got like...
Yeah.
Does Boba have like some input delay, or is he playing on the wrong resolution or something? Is he? I don't know. He's really struggling. He's overshooting everything, then undershooting everything. This is what the?
I don't know what to say. Yeah, Weber is struggling incredibly bad right now. That is not what Poland needs for their opening point whatsoever.
I don't know whether he's just not used to the approach rate 10.3, and he just doesn't trust his kind of own ability, because the map itself, if you ignore 10.3 approach rate, is pretty kind of comfortable. It flows nicely, the spacing is sensible. Skyle are doing pretty solid with that 600 combo, Kiev matching it as well. But Netherlands have such a massive advantage here because Boba can't get more than a 20 combo right now.
Yeah, Boba is just falling apart. Half the map is done, and already... yeah, Netherlands' lead is so far ahead that one of them could start acting like Boba, and it wouldn't even matter that much, because their lead is just so huge that... And also, Kiev has a very nice combo going for them as well. I think
see a triple miss there from Netherlands though. Skyle are the only person still holding, but Poland have such a huge score deficit to overcome that it doesn't matter. Netherlands could miss, like, they could stop playing for the next 10 seconds and they would still be in the lead right now.
I don't know what's happening. Like, it's so surprising. I don't know what to say.
I have no idea what is happening right now, I have to say. I've been commentating for, 5 years now. This is my 6th year commentating CWC, and it's very rarely that I see a performance like that from a player like Boba.
Especially from, like, you know, their team captain, if I'm not... Is Boba the captain?
Yes.
Yeah, and just falling apart there. I have no idea what happened. That is incredibly unfortunate, like...
We get told by Hekatia in chat that he was playing with a bad screen resolution, apparently. I mean, maybe that explains why he couldn't see anything, but that is very surprising. Boba closing his game and then restarting the client, maybe? Well, I mean, whether it was intentional or accidental, I mean, you can't nullify the point because you didn't set your screen resolution right. So that is a break point immediately for the Netherlands on one of what I thought would have been their most favorited maps. Not quite how they wanted to start this match off.
Yeah, definitely not. That is Boba saying that he needs to restart Osu. That is... Yeah, just... Wow. So unfortunate. There's nothing else to say. That's just really... basically the worst thing that could have happened at the start.
I don't know
of the
how
match.
that could have happened accidentally, though. Like, the game doesn't just decide to open in a different resolution between the tournament client lobby and the match, surely. I'm so confused. Oh well, as you said, better hope it doesn't happen again then. Otherwise, Boba might have to remove himself from the matchup entirely. Netherlands going for the much cozier Nomad 1, Real Saisaki. So Boba's left the lobby and has said wait for Trigon, so I'm not sure whether he was ever intending to play this, but maybe if he feels he still has an issue, he's just removing himself entirely after all.
Yeah, and that is definitely not what Poland wants at all. They're probably their strongest player, maybe for Nomad here, not being able to compete.
So although we couldn't bring you the match, we'll bring you the result. Good news, Australia fans. Your boys down under have continued their win in the losers bracket. 6-2 victory completed over Finland. So they will continue onwards. Their next match is going to be against either Singapore or Sweden. We'll find out a little bit later on. Unfortunate for Finland. There's commiserations to them. They will be departing at this stage from the 2022 Catch World Cup. But well played, both teams in that match.
Yeah, that is going to be nice to see my boys down under continuing their streak into the semi. Is it the semis, or is it? There's another match this weekend, isn't there?
There's another round this week, yeah, but it'll be semi-finals following that match if they are victorious. Yeah, yep. Semi-finals is next week.
So hopefully they can get to semis 2 years in a row. Would be a huge for them. I know it would be an amazing achievement. So, but back to the match that's actually being streamed right now. Hopefully Poland can kind of recover from that DT1 disaster and take a point back. Already an early miss from Phoenix there. So the lead in Poland's favor already.
Yeah, Phoenix coming in place of Christian from the previously Boba being swapped out for Trigon. We see Cosmit in for Moors as well, so Skylayer, Chatty and Kevkev retained from the previous map. And that early miss has given Poland about 15 to 20,000 point advantage. But this is quite a long map, 3.5 minutes in length.
Yeah, and Phoenix, I was about to say building up that combo, but now a miss from him as well as Chatty, and another miss from Phoenix too, and now Kevkev as well. Netherlands, complete team miss, and that is not looking good for them whatsoever. Still 2 FCs on the side of Poland. Trigon is going to go down, but Cosmit and Skyly are still looking very confident at this stage in the map.
Yeah, Phoenix starting to struggle a little bit with some of these wide, strong slider velocity spacings. Kev going down, Phoenix missing again. Poland have run away with a really huge advantage right now, approaching 200,000 points at the halfway point into the map. Once again, a pair of misses on the Netherlands side from Phoenix and Kev. Chatty holding nicely after that early drop, but Skylier and Cosmit not looking like anything is going to be slipping off the side of their plate thus far, approaching 1,000 combo now, and the score difference is 250k.
Yeah, Poland is looking really dominant in this. Still those two FCs from Cosmit and Skylier. Another miss from Phoenix there as well. Although Kev and Chatty are both above 200, Poland is just putting on a very dominant display, and still a quarter of the map left, but this lead is so huge that Netherlands basically have no way of really catching up. Trigon is going to find a miss there, as well as Skylier actually, but even despite that, their lead is so huge that it's really not going to affect their chances of winning that much at all. Traded by Phoenix once again, and it looks like, despite that very unfortunate incident that happened with DT1, they're going to be able to take this point and even it all out at 1-1.
Chatty does finally go down for the Netherlands. Missing a couple of stacks there is going to hurt that accuracy. Kev has a nice combo, and Phoenix is going to drop again though. Skylier in particular has performed really nicely, but it's Cosmit that definitely has the rung on this one. 1,600 combo coming up now. Is that an FC from the Polish veteran? It certainly is. Really, really well played by Cosmit and Poland as a whole, to be perfectly honest. Phoenix, unfortunately, not having the best rub of the green with that one. So Netherlands are going to immediately suffer a break point. We're back at 1 game apiece.
Yeah, so 2 break points starting off this match here. But I'm predicting that Poland will continue this confident streak, most likely. And I guess we'll see what the Netherlands can kind of pull out of the bag here.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at Poland to pick next. I'm not sure if they'll go for double time again, and if they do, they maybe won't put Boba in. I don't think there's anything that they really want to avoid entirely. They are going to stick with double time. Double time 2, null control. So deciding that obviously whatever went wrong with their first double time pick, it's resolved. It's not going to rear its ugly head again.
Yeah, it does seem that...
Like at the start of the match, I felt like Poland was certainly the stronger team on double time, and even if they weren't like super confident on the mod at this stage of difficulty, they would just be better than the Netherlands. The Netherlands performed pretty admirably on DT1, despite the fact that they never really had to compete against Boba's technical difficulties. So this is maybe a little bit of a risk. It is far more technical than the DT1, despite having a lower approach rate though, which might make things a little bit more readable for everyone involved.
Yeah, that lower armor might help a little bit, but we will see very shortly if the Netherlands can, I guess, continue their DT1, their DT, winning streak for this matchup against Poland. And Boba still not in, which is interesting.
Yeah, Moore's back in, playing double time once again, but Cosmit retaining his spot. Boba not coming back in for double time, so either Cosmit's performance in the last map giving some confidence that he's definitely the man for the job right now, although we do see a very early miss from Cosmit there, I think. Christian with a couple of early misses, Skylayer as well, Kiev down. Just Chatty and Moras with a full combo, but Chatty goes down now too.
Yeah,
Cosmic
so
effectively has a full combo. He only missed like the first 5 notes, I think.
Yeah, it does look like that, and yeah, only one FC left though, and now that is gone, just as I say it, and kind of everyone on this pick struggling a little bit to get a bit of combo on the board, although Kiev, I was about to say building to 200, and Chatty, nope, never mind. Everyone missing, there's quite a lot of misses going on right now, so it's kind of hard to call them all out. The lead still, however, is pretty heavily in Poland's favour. They're able to just have that little bit more consistency, and yeah, just Netherlands not able to garner as much combo as Poland, and I think with this incredibly short pick, I think it's the shortest in the pool, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, these super long sliders as well, catching Christian out along with Kiev. So that is going to be the point, basically. Poland, very, very convincingly in the end, taking that with about 300k lead or so. And that is going to be their second point, continuing their winning streak. And no more breakpoints for them so far.
Yeah, so that came out kind of as I expected. Poland not essentially performing the best of any team I suspect we'll see on that map this week, but certainly feeling more confident with double time as a whole at this level of difficulty than the Netherlands did. Christian, unfortunately, not having a good time, struggling to get towards that 100 combo mark, which was a large factor of the difference between the two teams' scores there. So Netherlands have already picked the easiest map in the pool, no mod 1. I think they're probably not going to stick with hidden. They're not going to go for hidden because Poland are a strong hidden team. Even though Poland banned Hard Rock 2, I don't necessarily think Hard Rock is that good of an idea either. I think maybe mixed mod is kind of the play for them here.
Yeah, I was also going to say that probably mixed mod is maybe their best bet. Not looking too that confident really to be able to give themselves a fighting chance in this match against Poland.
So we're seeing Poland saying that Trigon and Cosmic are both going to restart their client, as Chatty does go for mixed mod. So we made a solid prediction right there. And then Chatty saying bye everyone, so is he not playing this one? Is he picking and then abandoning his team to their fate?
Well, that is quite oh no, he's saying bye to all the Polish players who are leaving, I think.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
That would be quite bad.
So I highly imagine Skylayer is going to be playing the hard rock role here. Chatty probably doing the same for Netherlands. Wesley likely going to be the hidden player for Netherlands. Trigon obviously a very good low approach rate hidden player, so he's going to be slotting into that. And then Boba and Kiev, both the no mod players, would be my assessment of how they're lining up in the lobby right now.
Does seem like that is the case, unless some swap arounds occur. No surprise there that, as you said, Wesley jumping in for hidden.
So Netherlands putting Kiev to slot 4, which is that top there, so maybe Kiev going to be taking the hard rock role instead of Chatty here. We're going to be seeing as they get into the lobby right now.
Yeah, let's see if Netherlands can bring a bit more heat to Poland here. Not too much of a difficult pick in terms of any specific mod. I guess maybe struggling a little bit. I guess the Boba and Chatty finding some early misses. Chatty actually finding quite a lot there.
Yeah, Chatty really struggled in the first kind of 200 combo of this pick. Wesley's lost a little bit on Hidden as well. Kevkiev still holding on to that double S. Skylia has lost a few droplets, but nothing too major. It's not a particularly long one, only 2.25 minutes in length, so we're already a third of the way through the map, and Poland have about a 40,000 point advantage, which is just over one miss. Wesley's going to be the next to go down though, so Poland's lead is going to be extended, but Skylia drops the Hard Rock player from Team Poland.
Well, that is not what Poland wants at all, and Kevkiev's combo for Hard Rock is super solid right now, actually still holding that double S. The only FC along with Trigon, but now Trigon misses as well along with Skylia, and the lead for Netherlands would
it hasn't
be
really gone anywhere because Wesley and Chatty have both had a couple of recent misses as well, and that bottom of the Netherlands roster there.
Yeah, the lead for Poland is still pretty significant, like around 100k score or so, and yeah, certainly not what the Netherlands needs at all right now. They need their Kevkiev needs the rest of his team to hold on, and Wesley is just not able to produce that right now. Chatty is getting some nice combo here, but Skylia and Trigon have both stabilized a little bit, and the score lead for Poland is not going to go down much longer.
Yeah, we see a miss from Boba there, but it's going to be a couple more misses at least required. Kevkiev absolutely destroying this map right now, by the way, but Wesley and Chatty just struggling a little bit too much with some of these wide-spaced quarter dashes. Trigon's going to go down, Boba's gone down as well, but there's way too much built up in the score difference tank. Poland taking another break point, 3-1 the advantage now.
Yeah, so after that DT1 incident, Poland is going to stabilize their scoreline and make themselves a pretty convincing lead here.
Yeah, a bit of a gamble from Netherlands that didn't quite pay off. Obviously, Kevkiev's really stellar performance there on Hard Rock. Wesley maybe not having quite warmed up enough, being brought in immediately for that hidden mixed mod pick, did struggle quite a bit. So outside of that kind of disastrous DT1 pick first up, Poland have now won 3 points on the bounce, and they've looked relatively comfortable in all of them. One in no mod, one in DT, and one in mixed mod. Just Hidden and Hard Rock untouched by either roster right now.
Yeah, let's see if maybe that could happen, and no, it will not. No mod 2 has been picked, so going to see a follow-up from that no mod 1 going on to no mod 2.
Yeah, this one picked by Poland as opposed to Netherlands. It's faster, shorter, and much more technical. There's really not that many rest periods and calm periods in this map. It's kind of really just go right from the beginning all the way to the end. Lots of strong hyperdash chains combined with sliders pointing in odd directions. Definitely one for the precise catcher control, and the more consistent teams will do well. Aside from that first map, Poland have looked genuinely a little bit more consistent. So I think from this point on, they take the kind of tried and tested, stronger seeded team strategy of picking hard maps and just hoping that they get longer combos and are a bit more consistent than the weaker team.
Yeah, Poland there is looking very nice right now, and hoping to capitalize on this extended lead with their 3 points in a row. Yes, Cosmit there coming in for Skylia, I think, and seems to Seems that a lot of the Polish players here are restarting. So who knows? Maybe there's just like a Polish issue. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Skyly is going to be playing this one anyway, so that's just in preparation for the next match, probably. So it is going to be Cosmic coming back in. Boba is actually making a reappearance now for Poland. Hopefully his resolution issue is resolved. We don't want to see another D rank from the Polish captain now.
Yes, hopefully no more questionable incidents happening from Boba there. But here we go, No Mod 2. Who will be able to be a bit more consistent on the this pretty difficult technical pick? We will find out very shortly as we get into the early stages of the match. Everyone holding pretty convincingly. I'll know as I say that the Christian does find a miss pretty early on. Everyone else, but actually traded by Boba. And now a double miss from Cosmit and Kevkiev. And Cosmit finding another miss there as well. Chatty and Trigon now the only two FCs for either team, and the score lead is going to be a little bit in Poland's favour, but now Trigon misses.
Boba goes down a lot. Christian as well though. Kevkiev is well positioned here with that 200 combo. Cosmet just a little bit behind. About 10,000 points the difference. We are going to come very, very, very close here.
Yes,
lots of players being caught out by the little anti-flow wiggles.
It's flickering right now. Oh no, but Christian does go down. Traded by Boba, and that does mean that Netherlands is going to take the lead here. So Chatty's very nice combo, still holding that double S. Although Christian finding a miss, and now the score lead is back in Poland's favour. Christian actually finding a lot of misses here.
Kept trading with Cosmit on that top slot there, yeah. The miss from Christian earlier has given Poland a little bit more of an advantage that they're eking out now. About 50,000 points as we come into the final third of the map. Kiev goes down once again, but it's traded by Cosmit.
Yeah, now onto this long, streamy type section here. And Kiev is going to find another miss, and the miss from Christian as well. Chatty's still holding on with the double S. Super amazing performance from them, but Chatty needs the rest of their team to be able to hold on. Now that the players will see each other's scores, Netherlands know that they are at a huge disadvantage right now, and they need some kind of miracle miss from Poland to be able to win this, and that is just not going to be the case. Very limited time. Team miss now from the Netherlands as well, and Poland is going to pretty convincingly take their 4th point and move to an even better position in this matchup. 4-1 now.
Yeah, great performance. Just a 1 miss coming out of Chatty and Trigon, 1 player on each side. But Cosmit and Boba finding much, much more comfortable that difficult technical anti-flowing pick than Kiev and Christian on the side of Netherlands.
Yeah, so now it is Netherlands' pick. What will they pick to try to get another point on the board? I'm really not too sure. Maybe another mix mod, possibly a DT even. Who knows?
There really isn't a lot of kind of things on the easier side left apart from Hard Rock 1. But Poland are such a strong Hard Rock team. So I think that on its own is still a risk that they're not willing to take. They clearly don't want to play Hidden because they banned Hidden 1, the low approach rate Hidden. Like, the only 2 no mods left are kind of difficult technical converts. There's a mixed mod 2, but that requires someone to play AR8 Hidden and someone to play CS5 Hard Rock. There's 2 DT converts left as well.
Yeah, let's
Nothing's
see.
really jumping out as like a comfortable, safe point that they can get here.
No, definitely a few more points that could be considered a bit more risky, so I am guessing that they might go for Mixed Mod 2 or maybe DT3. Or maybe even another no mod, I'm not sure. There we go, no mod 3, so they're going to continue this no mod counting up theme, I guess. No mod 2, no mod 1, then no mod 2, then no mod 3. So let's see if they can capitalize on this point now.
And no mod 3, the longest non-tiebreaker in the pool at 4.5 minutes in length. Large sections of kind of not that much difficult happening, but then interspersed with really technical, strong dash sections, high slider velocity, some dense streaming parts as well. Certainly not a map that you can switch off your attention for at any point.
No, definitely not. Yeah, complete consistency game on this point. And I think possibly Poland might have the advantage again, but obviously this is Netherlands' pick, so let's see if they can pull something out of the bag here and get another point against Poland, following on from that first DT1 disaster. Going to see maybe some whoops, yep, Moors is going to come in place of Trigon here, and also Unix is going to be replacing, I think that is
Christian that's just dropped out.
Yep.
Pretty sure, yeah. Phoenix not having a good first pick earlier on, and he was clearly not that happy with his performance, so here's to hoping he's kind of played a little bit during the break, got a bit more confident, and is feeling ready for this one.
Okay, here we go. Again, no real surprises in the early stages of this no mod 3 pick. Everyone holding on pretty comfortably past that first stream and into the first kind of drop stage, but Phoenix actually finding the first miss here for the Netherlands, and that is going to give Poland a little bit of a lead, but overall still lots and lots of time. Phoenix finding another miss there, so definitely struggling a bit more than everyone else.
Yeah, just not quite finding the confidence to stand still on some of those wiggling sections, moving a little bit too far in one direction than he maybe needs to.
Yeah, and still a very nice triple FC from Poland. Skylia drops a little bit of act there, but obviously not going to matter that much. And yeah, Phoenix just struggling. Not able to get too much of a combo on the board. About a quarter of the map done, and already Poland's lead is about 70,000 points. So that is not what Netherlands are looking for whatsoever. Phoenix, as I was about to say, building up, misses, traded by Moors though, so Netherlands definitely still lots of chances in this super long pick to take the match pack. Chatty and Kevkiev still holding those FCs, so really they just need Phoenix to kind of stabilize here and get past this early stage of struggling, but it doesn't look like that is happening right now. And now Chatty also drops, and Kevkiev
dropped not too long ago as well.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. So now Sky Leo Cosmic. Oh, actually, wow, okay. I'm just cursing
everyone goes down, but there's a 120,000 point advantage for Poland right now. Moors with the only sizable combo as everyone else is now building back up.
Yeah, it seems after that early lead, everyone's kind of struggling on this section here. Skylia finding a couple misses, as well as Moors and Cosmid.
You're coming into a calmer section now, but still neither team can see what the other team is doing. Netherlands are bringing the lead back a little bit as Skylia and Moors kind of build back up to 200 combo. About 100,000 points the difference, although Kiev's miss there is going to give Poland a little bit more of a safety net with 1/3 of the map still to play for. There's a double miss. Chatty and Phoenix both go down as well, so no significant combos left for Netherlands now. Poland are really going to crank the wheel and get that lead even further and put this one out of reach. Probably taking themselves to match point here if they can hold this together.
Yeah, and I think they definitely will. Already their lead is about 40k points or so, and now finally the players will be able to see each other's scores, and Netherlands are going to know that they need to do a lot of work, and Poland needs to do something terrible in order for them to have any chance, but it just doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Moors and Skylia, after that kind of difficult middle section, have built really nice combos back up. Skylia is going to miss there, but traded by Chatty, Phoenix, and Kiev all missing on the Netherlands side, and kind of past that halfway point of this map.
Yeah, multiple triple misses for Netherlands now. We're really struggling to get anything kind of upwards of 200 combo. Moors and Cosmit both with 600 combo. Skyly is back above 200 now as well. Coming into the closing stages of the match, we're nearly at a 300,000 point advantage here. This has swung wildly in Poland's favour. Just the stamina and consistency advantage that their players have over Netherlands has been really exposed, and it really begs the question why Netherlands would choose to pick such a long selection like this.
Yeah, well, Chatty and Kiev were both holding very nicely in the early stages of that match, of that point, but yeah, just coming towards the end, struggling a little bit more, and Poland once again showing their consistency, taking the match to match point. They now have 4 of those, so it is looking like Poland are going to be able to advance further into the losers bracket here to face Russia.
So Poland have the last pick, probably the last pick. As we said, Hidden and Hard Rock untouched. Still 4 converts left. 1 in the no mod pool, 2 in the double time pool, and then mixed mod if we're ignoring Hard Rock and Hidden. Only 2 specifics left, Hidden 2 and Hard Rock 1. It's going to be DT4 that they end up going for, so this will be Poland's 3rd double time pick. Definitely targeting a kind of strategic perceived weakness of the Netherlands at playing some of these speedier maps.
Yeah, although as you kind of commented on before, Netherlands don't really have any type of super winnable point here in this match anymore, so really anything that Poland picks is a good chance for them to win, I would say. But yeah, definitely looking like they are pretty confident with this DT pool. Let's see if they can bring it home. Boba asking Cosmic to stay.
He doesn't want to, though.
Cosmid, I think, joining there, then realizing that they didn't want to play.
So this is a pick that we haven't seen, I think, anyone pick, even matches that haven't been streamed thus far. Sayonara Tender, DT4. On the longer side, 4 minutes and 17 is going to come down to about 2 3/4 minutes when double time is applied. And a much more standard approach rate of about 9.7. A lot of the double time picks in this round have had more elevated approach rates. We even saw the DT9, AR9 double time 1 pick.
Yeah, so this will be another pretty low AR DT pick. Well, in terms of, I guess, the other ones, DT1 obviously bringing it up there with AR9. But we are going to be jumping into possibly the final point here. It is Poland's pick, so they are looking to close this one out with a 6-1 win.
Yeah, the sweep was certainly on the cards. They've looked pretty strong outside of that unfortunate first map shenanigans. Netherlands just haven't really been able to seriously contest many of these points. Poland have just looked generally more consistent and a little bit more technically proficient throughout. We'll see if they can extend that to double time converts as well. And that'll be an interesting thing to note going forward, because the winner of this match has to play the Russian Federation tomorrow, which is going to be quite a tough ask. Russia looked very strong in their performance against Japan earlier this morning.
Yeah, they definitely did, and I think it'll be a really interesting matchup with Poland against Russia. But so far, everyone actually holding on pretty well. And as I say that, Cosmic misses. Wow, I'm sorry. Chatty trades it though, so the only player chucking on him for this one. Wesley also finding a couple misses there, and now the lead is going to swap over to Poland, and that is definitely not what the Netherlands needs. And Boba though, finding another miss for Poland there, and the lead is still going to be pretty slim in Poland's favour, but now another miss by Wesley. Oh, actually traded by Boba, but now a double miss from Netherlands side and another one, so that is just going to increase Poland's lead even more.
Yeah, Kiev putting in really solid work here for Netherlands with that double S right now, but Moore's more than equal to the task right now on the team of Poland. Wesley and Chatty just haven't quite been able to keep up in this one. Kiev and Moors do both go down, but Bobber and Wesley drop as well. Cosmit now the leading combo with 500. Chatty's back up at 200 with 1/3 of the map still to go. But we're looking at about a 110,000 point lead as Bobber drops again.
Yeah, this is looking like Poland are very convincingly going to take this home. Although, yeah, now a miss from Kiev, and the lead is at about 100k score, or at least around that. And even though Chatty and Wesley both have pretty nice combos, and the teams are now going to be able to see each other's scores just for a brief moment there, would definitely build the nerves for sure, but unless there's some meltdown on Poland's side, they are going to be able to take this 6-1 and move on. Yeah, just Wesley and Chatty struggling here as well. Kiev now the leading combo for the Netherlands. And Poland all back at 200, who closed the match out with that long slider there. And they are going to take the final point by about, I think that's around 164k or so. And they are going to be advancing to face Russia tomorrow in the losers bracket, and that will definitely be, I hope, a much closer match. And obviously very well played to Netherlands here, actually able to get that point, even if it was in quite interesting circumstances, ruining the pick'ems of, I'm sure, quite a lot of people who thought that Poland could sweep them. Very well played.
Well played to Poland. You can see them on screen there. Congratulations to them. As you said, they'll be advancing to continue in the losers bracket tomorrow against Russia. And I want to just say a little word about that match, because both of these teams, in my opinion, are very strong hard rock teams, but neither of them played a single hard rock map in their encounters thus far. So they have very little information on each other. Russia did play hidden and looked reasonably strong on it. Vafra was struggling a little bit, but I think they will still kind of feel that they can at least challenge Poland on hidden at this stage. A lot of double time and no mod information, but I think that gap in hard rock knowledge is going to be really kind of playing on both teams' minds going into their match tomorrow, and I'm interested to see how that plays out.
The match is actually coming up in about an hour, I just realised. So,
oh really? Okay.
Not having much of a gap at all to prepare for that match against Russia, which is pretty interesting. But moving on from that match, there will be a match in about 12 minutes against Brazil and Norway, and I think I unfortunately will be departing because it is 2 a.m. and I should probably get some sleep.
Yeah, I think you have earned a little bit of a rest after the work you put in today, my friend. You can see the upcoming and completed matches on the screen right now. As you said, Brazil versus Norway coming up in a little over 10 minutes, and then Russia-Poland immediately after that to end the day, and then we'll be having a long break until the wee hours, at least for me, of Sunday morning, where the winners bracket starts to come into focus a little more, with South Korea taking on Mexico. That's going to be a very, very exciting one.
Oh, absolutely. I'm incredibly excited for that match. Probably the most exciting match for most people in this tournament. So that will be very nice to see.
But yeah, we are both going to be departing. This has kind of come to a nice end of a block for us. We've been here for a few hours on and off. Thank you everyone so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Don't go too far, because as we said, 10 minutes coming up, Brazil are going to be taking on Norway, but we're going to have some new friends taking over from us and guiding you through that one, so please treat them well. I think it's going to be Quinton and Seka, two of our captains. Quinton eliminated from Team Belgium. Seka from the US is going to be playing in the last match tomorrow against Canada. That's going to be an exciting one as well. So thank you everyone from myself, JB Hyperion, and Maito. Been a pleasure to commentate with you as well.
Yes, once again, very nice, and I hope you and everyone else enjoys the rest of their day, and I will, we will see you all later.
Please enjoy the next 10 minutes of some lovely featured artist tunes, and we'll see you all very, very soon for Brazil versus Norway. Don't go too far.
Bye-bye.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Catch World Cup. We are here with yet another match after that short break. Back with Brazil versus Norway right now. This is another losers bracket match we've got today. Brazil falling down to the losers bracket after last week taking a 6-0 loss against China. Norway advancing from the losers bracket last week, beating the United Kingdom out 6-0 as well. Two powerful teams going to be facing off today. I'm one of your commentators, Chili Repair. I will be joined by Quinton today, who is fresh off of a match prior to this. How we doing this afternoon?
Thank you for such a great introduction there. I'm doing all right. I'm really happy after my match, to be honest, and I'm also really excited for this one. It's always a blast to cast in the weekend, so I'm always looking forward to it in the weekend, and the week rather. We have two loser bracket teams facing off in this quarterfinal, so one of these two teams will be leaving the tournament off this match. We have Brazil on Team Red, Norway on Team Blue. Brazil, kind of hard matchup last weekend against the #1 seed China. Probably the biggest favorite to win it all, one of the biggest favorites to win it all. It was a relatively close match, but China kind of outscaled Brazil in that pool, so now they're here, but I think they want more than just top 24. I think they can get more as well. Brazil being the 16th seed, I believe, so I think they at least want top 16, so this is the first step towards that.
Yeah, good matchup here again. You got that 16th seed versus the 22nd seed. Overall, if we're looking just statistically speaking from last week, Brazil slightly higher scoring than Norway across the board. Really only differences coming out in that double time pool. I think, we saw the most variation, the most similar picks coming out from both of the teams here. So maybe some contention in that area today, but again, a different pool, a different week, completely different set of maps to test through here. So we're really looking for some variation from the last week's matches, of course. And I think, we don't talk about it a lot, but I think the opponent that you're playing against is kind of a big component of how you perform in a match. Some weeks, I think your mental status and your team's morale going into some of these matches will affect your scores, slightly. Not the biggest margins, but maybe a bit of an effect there.
Yeah, definitely. When you're the better team, most of the time I believe you're more noticeably the better team because you have something to lose, right? I think Norway can go into this match being the underdog, and I personally enjoy being the underdog. Some teams don't, some teams do. I think Norway does enjoy being the underdog because they have been so for quite a few years by now. We see Hidden Tree being picked, actually. Not sure what was banned.
We should be able to get the ban up in just a second here, and then we'll kind of get everything.
Oh, I think they banned
pick
Hidden Tree,
HD3
actually.
for a ban. Oh, I see. Oh,
That was a little confusing.
all right.
I think the big part about this pool is that it is way more difficult than last week. So the better scaling team should be able to win this on this one. I believe that's going to be Brazil, given their performance on the qualifiers, but we'll see. I think Nomad Bracket and Hidden as well. I think Norway is kind of favored on Hidden, but interesting to see they ban Hidden 3 a bit. And we see Hidden 1 getting banned as well, so only one Hidden map left. Oh, wait, okay. They banned Hard Rock 2 and they picked Hidden 3. Okay, I think they got the order of picking and banning reversed, but that means that Hard Rock 2 is going to be banned and Hidden 3 getting picked. So actually, that is the exact same as Belgium vs Italy, where Hard Rock 2 gets banned and Hidden 3 gets picked. I think Hard Rock 2 is a really rough map for people that do not often play Hard Rock, so that's a reasonable ban. And then Hidden 1, I mean, though we are Hidden, it always gets banned. Obviously, the most niche skill set out of all of them, so that was not too unexpected. But we see Hidden 3 getting picked. So Convert Hidden getting picked, it's about 3 minutes 50, 3 minutes 30, I believe, in length. AR 9.3, so it's relatively high AR, so I think both teams will be quite comfortable. It's quite consistently difficult with like 2 small difficulty spikes, one around 600 combo and the other around, I believe, 1000. And then the ending is also a little rough, but I think both teams can probably do well. And yeah, Brazil side was a Cooler, Predominator, and Endu coming in for Brazil, and then on the Norwegian side, Mile and Camera God. I believe those were the main players for Norway, and then the other players fill in a little bit, and then Vanilla being the third one for Norway. All 3 of them have quite a lot of experience in the CBC, actually, on the Norwegian side. I believe Mile is in his 3rd, 4th, even 5th CBC. Vanilla the same, actually, so quite a lot of experience on the Norwegian side.
Good amount of experience is going to start to matter here. You hit these quarterfinal rounds. Pools start to scale up in difficulty a little bit. We're starting to match kind of what you would see through qualifiers, maybe get a little bit more difficult. And this is where the more consistent rosters overall are really going to start to shine. You know, you mentioned having 2 core players in for a lot of these maps kind of as sit-ins. And then, you know, it really does come down to filling that 3rd player here. And then this week is where that is going to make a big difference in these teams and how they perform overall. And I think this Hidden pick to start off is going to be no short of you know, some consistency in that. And with Brazil having their first pick here, they're going to have a chance to start off strong on the board here. And hopefully Norway is going to have a chance to respond to this.
Yeah, definitely. I believe this is actually Norway's pick, so that might be a little misleading. Either way, about the map, yeah, it's consistently difficult for the first 600 to come, and then there's a huge difficulty spike with like 3 wiggles that are kind of hard to hit, so I'm expecting quite a lot of misses there. The beginning is relatively free combo. Definitely the first pick of your match. Also, if you see double miss of immediately coming in from Akula and Endu, I mean, the beginning of the match is also a really nervous moment, at least for me, so that's why we see a lot of misses in the early beginning. Vanilla trading one of those, but that's only fans for Norway, actually, so 2 FCs versus 1, and those 3 players miss once again, but that's only going to favor Norway because they still have 2 FCs on Camera God and Mile.
Big combos at the beginning here. It really does take some time just to get into the flow of things at the beginning of these matches here. Really just find your place within the map. And unfortunately for both teams here, they are having equal amounts of trouble at the start here. It's going to be a miss for Vanilla, though. He's not going to quite hit that 200 combo cap there. So he is going to be reset before gaining any substantial amount of score here. It's going to be a bit of a lead for Brazil now as A Cooler starts to hit that 200 combo. Endo going to be approaching it rather soon as well. Predominator going to be matching Mile right now at the beginning here.
Yeah, definitely. And the hard part's coming up now, so I'm curious to see how many players will be able to hit it. And we see a double coming from Brazil in the beginning, but also a complete reset. Everyone missing on that part, and that's going to be a 20,000 score advantage for Norway in the beginning of this match, and a complete reset on the board, so that is going to stabilize. But Mile dropping once more, it's going to tie things up, actually. It's going to get really close as soon as everyone is above 200 combo.
Endo and Vanilla really matching each other right now. It basically is just the difference between Mile and A Cooler right now. Just that slight score lead from the early performance from him. And then a couple more breaks on the Brazilian side right now. Not going to be doing them any favors. As we get into a little bit more of an easy section after that spike there, we're going to see some combos start to be built up and continuously broken. Unfortunately, Brazil not able to hold it after that part here. About a quarter of the way left in the map right now. Norway with some more consistent combos. You did see a break on Mile. Camera God putting up a combo right now. Vanilla is going to start to count it up as well.
Definitely. Camera God and Predominator definitely carrying the teams right now. Mile bring once more. I think they have quite a huge buffer in Norway, actually, so that miss shouldn't matter too much, especially because Vanilla and Camera God are both above 200 combo right now. And that's doing huge things for Norway, whilst all the Brazilian players are above 200 as well right now. But Vanilla and Enu trading. Actually, 5 is only Mile holding on that difficult section. That's once again favoring Norway. And then Mile dropping once more, Enu trading. So it's a lot of misses happening in the third quarter of this match for Vanilla as well. There's no combos on the board, actually. Predominant. Cool. Actually, this is going to favor Brazil.
Norway's had a lot of misses in that section.
Yeah, but Predominator missing there. I think the combo advantage is slightly in favor of Brazil right now due to having one combo above 200. But Enu dropping there. This is going to get really close in the end. Vanilla and Predominator trading, but that's 2 versus 1. A cool versus Mile and Camera God.
It's going to go back over by the end, I think. Yeah, there it goes right there. The double combo on Norway. It's going to break, though. That might actually be enough to throw it.
That's a triple miss on both sides, actually. Predominator dropping once, but it's going to get really close to the end. And oh my god! What? I think that is a Brazil win. I think that is a Brazil win.
That is a Brazil point by 50. 50 points. 50 points!
50 points? What? That's the closest margin I've ever seen on this stage. That is actually insane. I believe A Cooler held on to his combo just like 20 notes longer than everyone else in the lobby, and that was a difference maker there. That is insane. 50 points. These teams are really evenly matched on this hidden map. That's insane. That is the closest I've ever seen. Enu with 31 misses, kind of struggling on the Brazilian side, but then Vanilla pretty much counting that as well. Now, oh my goodness, we're in for the treats, actually. But it's a break point for Brazil, so 1-0 scoreline and their pick to come next. But 50 points. That is absolutely insane.
Oh my goodness. That is a score gap that you do not see too often in quarterfinals level play there. That is 2 very evenly matched teams to start this off right now. Brazil's going to have a big, big advantage going into the start of this match here if they're able to pick up a break point, consolidate this, and set themselves off right here. Of course, being that higher seeded team, they are going to look to try and gain some dominance here at the beginning of the match. And with that 50-point lead, I think they're going to be feeling pretty good about going into their next pick, maybe, although Norway looking just as strong. Both teams, having equal amounts of struggle on the hidden pick there, looking for a different mod category, I think, from Brazil.
Yeah, definitely. It's really heartbreaking for Norway to lose your pick by 50 points, so I think losing it by 100,000 points is less painful than losing it by 50. So we see Brazil going hard to point immediately. I think that's a reasonable pick coming from them. Predominator especially is like a hard to covered main. Has been around for ages. And then A Cooler as well, really good hard rock player. So this was expectable. And I believe Norway, it shows some struggles on hard rock last week. So I mean, they banned hard rock too, so it makes sense to go for that hard rock back. Even though hard rock 1 and hard rock 2 are very different maps. Hard rock 1 is more a consistency-based map. The patterns are, well, consistently difficult, just as comparable to this hidden tree, actually. So you can miss all over the place, but it's also relatively easy for these players to have seen because it's just consistently difficult. So you have to pay attention to it all the time. Let's put it that way. It's 3 minutes 15 length. AR10 obviously off hit is added. Mapped by Dave, and it doesn't happen a lot. But Dave, hard and comfortable in one sentence. That is quite unique, but. It definitely is relatively comfortable, I do. And we see Mackenzie actually stepping in for Brazil. And then Mile also dropping out for Sisif on the Norwegian side.
Good start off to the match here. Brazil thinks they're going to be a little bit more consistent here than generally these Hard Rock 1 picks are pretty favored to that here. Nothing too special in terms of statistics, of course. Nothing too small, nothing too crazy. And then, of course, you mentioned that length really is the big component of this that makes the difference here. It's being able to hold your nerves. It's being able to hold that consistency. No breaks in the middle or beginning parts here. really going to make a difference. Although again, given that earlier pick, we did see a lot of similar breaks from both of the two teams here. So it does worry me for both sides here. It is going to come down to who's just feeling a little bit more comfortable at the beginning of this match here. You mentioned it takes some time to get into it. So hopefully that buffer time is kind of up for a lot of these players here.
Yeah, definitely. That's a valid point to make there. We saw a lot of actually like combo resets on that hidden three, so that was interesting to see. Also, a lot of like double misses coming from both teams at the same time. They were, I mean, very evenly matched actually. So that was something to look out for. Actually, Brazil wants to put in Tanner and take that. Tanner, I believe, is top 200 in the world, so that makes some sense on a typical consistency-based map like this one.
Well, see if we can get started with the map here. I guess Brazil may be having a little trouble setting their roster here, I guess, missing the timer for the switch, so I think they'll be running with the same set of players that they've got in here.
We might have to... Yeah, we'll have to see about that. Mile not being here for Norway is kind of huge, I do believe. I think Mile, yeah, as I said already, is the most experienced player, their captain as well. So, probably Seister feels just more comfortable on this. Could definitely be the case. But I expected Mile and Cameragod to be like those two main players playing pretty much everything. Cameragod does stay in. Cameragod, I believe, is the highest ranked Norwegian player. Probably just shy of top 100, if I'm not mistaken. Has a lot of really good hidden scores, being no precision actually, so... And I wouldn't be surprised if he was playing hard with hidden on this one.
Well, right now I guess we're going to get a player switched over. Brazil going to make their last-minute roster switch here, and then finally get started with this Hard Rock one. This player is getting a little bit of a rest here in between the two picks. Everyone's going to get a chance to become very familiar with this song right now.
I mean, it's not too bad in my opinion. There's worse songs in the pool. There's also better songs in the pool, but I can
This is this is a banger. This is a banger right here. If there's a song that I'd rather be stuck with listening to on the beginning of this, it is Periquitous.
I mean, okay, actually, that's a valid point as well. It's kind of, I would say, relaxing somewhat. It makes the nerves go a little bit away. Only a little, as soon as you load up in that map that goes your back. And that's the main part about this map, right? It's about 1,400 combo. As soon as you have that 4-digit combo, you tend to get really nervous, in my opinion. And they're not edge jumps and they're not memory jumps, but there are some wide jumps around, I believe, 1,100 combo. And that part, in my opinion, is the hardest part of the map. And then I mean, it's so weird, just because there's 4 numbers above your catch instead of like 3 or 2. It makes such a difference when playing a tournament. It's such a weird dynamic.
Right now, we'll see what happens. I definitely agree with you. You know, you start to build up those larger combos there, and you know, whether or not you play scoreboard on or off, or the crown in the middle, or you know, you take those pauses in the middle of the map to see the other team, and there is just, you know, even the most experienced of players really do find a little bit of nerves in between some of these picks on the higher combos here.
I can't imagine playing with the ground in the middle, though, personally. I think that is really distracting. I don't know if I guess there are players that do it. I'm not sure. Okay, we see Tanner actually making his appearance instead of a cooler. So,
okay, there we go.
A completely different roster, actually, for Brazil. Tanner, Konohana, Lucia, and Mackenzie stepping in. So no Enu, no Predominator, and no Aikula. Interesting. Predominator, I thought it was a hard to main, but apparently his teammates feel more confident on it. Also
Maybe?
the switch, yeah. Also the switch from that hidden and the hard rock could be hard on some people, so probably a good idea to then just throw out the entire team and put the 3 other members. I mean, it shows Brazil's versatility, though, right? Being able to switch around 6 players in 2 maps, it's kind of insane. There's not a lot of teams that can do this at this stage, so I believe all Brazilians are evenly matched or close to evenly matched, or they have like specific skill sets that they're more comfortable with. Either way, we're stepping into Hard Rock 1. We see Cameragod and Vanilla putting on Hidden with Hard Rock. It's allowed in CWC. It's only for reading purposes, no score bonus whatsoever. On the other side, Tanner, Konohana, Lucia, and Mackenzie all opting for regular Hard Rock. Some people prefer it and some people don't. It's yeah, pure preference, honestly.
Yeah, it's a good, I think, reading reset. Sometimes you practice some of these maps a little bit for these later stage matches here, and especially with, how fast things are coming at you, it really does help some players just keep better track of it, just to not have to think about it constantly. You're visualizing all of this, and you play it so many times, it kind of, certain patterns get stuck in your head, and if you, catch it wrong a couple of times, then, might throw you off a bit here. Norway's going to have a little bit of a stronger start here, actually, but Vanilla's actually going to trade out that early miss from Lucia, so we'll have a slight score lead for Norway at the beginning, with plenty of time left to go at the beginning of this pick here. The Hidden's not paying off as much for Norway here. It doesn't seem to be making too much of a difference, but Brazil definitely having a worse time at the start of this map here.
A complete reset, except for Camera God, actually, so that's favors Norway once again, comparable to that last map where Cameron got a mile away or two wants to hold on to combos. So that's about already 80,000 or 90,000 score difference. And Konohan and Lucia on the bottom left side is really struggling, actually, only at 95 accuracy. And that is kind of bottlenecking Brazil at this moment. Tanner and Mackenzie currently at the 1 miss, so that is good for them. Science is hoping once more that's going to favor Brazil. But Norway has quite a huge buffer, actually, due to Cameron God's combo right now.
Yeah, that big, that 1FC always makes a huge difference in these matches here. If you've got one player who's really confident on a map, it can make the difference a lot of the times as you start to approach these later stages here. Just these massive performances compared to everyone else. I mean, you see combo breaks from actually the entire Norwegian team right now. Cameron got the only combo remaining. Brazil gonna have a chance to bring this a little bit closer, but there's another miss from Lucia, so it's just Thenar coming in with the combo right now. Pretty solid on the accuracy, significantly above the rest of his teammates right now. Cameron doing the most for his team, but it's not going to matter as they continue seeing breaks from Sicep and Vanilla.
Yeah, Cameron God is putting in so much effort for Norway, right? But his teammates are not able to support him. That's going to give the advantage over to Brazil for the first time in this match, this map rather. And Tanner only had the 1 miss, I think Mackenzie had a 2 miss. So, and Cameron God dropping that. That is huge for Brazil. No combos on the Norwegian side. But Vanilla dropping combos. So about 2 trades coming in from Brazil. Only Mackenzie right now above 200. But that still favors Brazil. So that's the scoreboard is loading up about 50,000 point difference. But Mackenzie drops, so this is going to get a little bit close, but I do believe Norway needs 1 more miss, and Norway dropping once more is actually going to favor Brazil once again. There's so much happening right now. But I think that Brazil is currently in favorites with the combos, but Tanner dropping. People are struggling quite a lot on this part, actually. Vanilla trading one of those, and Kanola Lucia being the one with the highest combo right now. Actually, Cameron got also above 2 combo once again, so... But that's already 80,000 score is actually in favor of Brazil, and it's going to increase due to that miss from Sicep and Vanilla.
Yeah, a lot of big breaks from Norway here. 200 combos put up on the side of Brazil right now. Lucia is going to break one of them, but Thenar is going to come in with another. Again, you see a lot of those low-intensity sections really giving players a lot of trouble on this hard rock. It's just being able to maintain your precision, on that when you're dashing back and forth, and it is something that... provides more trouble than I think a lot of people expect. Cameron God's going to try and get a combo going at the ending here, but it might be far too late. Brazil has a lot of better combos towards that refrain section there, and even with these 2 big ones on Norway to the end here, density just not allowing, not enough time left. It's going to be close, though.
Actually, I believe the score is going to be about 60,000 points, but honestly, Cameron God himself had a really solid performance on this map, outscoring everyone in the lobby by about 70,000 points. But sadly, his 2 teammates somewhat, actually Vanilla especially, somewhat struggling on this hard pick 1 pick, not being too comfortable. Actually, we see 2 A ranks on the Brazilian side as well, which is not too promising on the hard bracket, but they do beat out Norway in the end. But this was really close, actually, especially in the middle section. A lot of misses on those slower parts, which is definitely one of the hardest things about Harder, being the AR being so high, and then a lot of misses in those slower sections. But Brazil only barely taking it, so they aren't feeling that safe on the Harder bracket right now, I imagine. The Cameron got especially 1.07 million is a really good score coming in from him. So 2-0 scoreline in Brazil, but this could have been a 1-1 or even a 0-2 in front of Norway, so really close match currently. But they do confirm that breakpoint, which is huge for Brazil. You have that 1 breakpoint buffer for now, and that is crucial. If they just keep on winning their own picks from now on, they win the match. So that's the advantage of having that 1 breakpoint buffer.
Yeah, definitely big, important breakpoints at the beginning of these, up to quarterfinals now. So we've moved from best of 9 to best of 11, and with more points on the board in order to win the match, it really does become increasingly important that you are able to consistently grab your own picks here. And unfortunately for Norway, they almost had their own pick at the beginning, that 50 score margin there. Brazil just barely pulling up some better combos. They definitely looked a lot better on their own Hard Rock pick here. Norway's going to go straight in for a Nomad 2 pick right now.
Go for Nomad 2, so switching out of that hidden bracket. I think this is a reasonable pick coming from Norway. This map is, I would say, the most conventional one, being it's made by Gemzu, probably the most popular OC catch mapper at this point. His maps have been, he has quite a lot of maps ranked, and all of them are relatively similar to this style of mapping. It's quite technical, but I think most people should be quite... Oh, actually, they go for mixed mod 2 instead of no mod 2. So, that's the issue with mixed mod. Like, the M and the N are kind of similar, so it's easy to trip up. So they go actually for mixed mod 2, which is... this map is something fair. It's brutal. This is so brutal. It is CS5 AR8, and so we have one player playing AR8 hidden, one player playing AR8 nomad, and then one player playing CS 6.5 hard rock. And it is a memory map as well. Like, there's at least 7 or 8 memory jumps in there. So this is really, really rough, and I'm expecting a lot of misses to be seen on this one.
Well, again, a little bit of a different pick here in the mixed mod rather than what we saw earlier. A little bit more technically intensive on this one than what we would have seen on the no mod 2 here. And I think that was kind of a point of strength for Norway on the earlier pick. If you look back to Hidden, definitely more similar to this style of map than what you would have seen on the Hard Rock one from Brazil. And, while they did end up losing it, I think they were stronger as a whole roster. And if they just, get rid of some of those maybe early nerves, those early breaks here, it's going to be a better time for them on this. And you'll kind of see with the mod confidence as well, a lot of that hidden confidence coming out from players like Camera God or even the Hard Rock will be kind of a big thing. And that's what these mixed mod picks, you don't need the full roster to be confident on a specific mod category like you do on some of the specifics. So you can really put up that one strong player here, have them have a good score, and not have to force them onto something that they might not have as good of a time with.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Camera God being the MVP of that last Hard Rock pick makes perfect sense to put him on Hard Rock on this one. Because this map is also even harder in Hard Rock, so I assume he's going to... Well, that score diff is going to be bigger between him and that Brazilian Hard Rock player, most likely. I think Tanner, did he play Hard? He did play Hard Rock 1. He was the best Hard Rock player on Hard Rock 1 for Brazil, so that's expectable. We see a Myland Predominator on the hidden, AR8 hidden, not easy whatsoever. And then we see A Cooler and Vanilla on the Nomad. Even AR8 Nomad, not to be underestimated, it's less specific of a skill set than AR8 hidden, but it's still not easy whatsoever. The map is 2 minutes in length, about 700 combo, a little bit above 700, so sprint this one, not a marathon. We see Mal being the first to drop in the beginning section, but I assume that's not going to be mattering, as we will see plenty of drops later on. Camera God being the second to a Predominator, trading ones, but obviously the score multipliers do differ for Hard Rock and Hidden, but it's going to give a small advantage in favor of Brazil. But Tanner trading one of those misses from Camera God, so, and a lot of mishappening actually. Vanilla being the only one still with the FC actually, so that's going to favor Norway, I do believe.
Yeah, Norway just a little bit better. Vanilla putting up that 200 combo right now, looking really solid at the start of this. Again, we always talk about it in multiple World Cups. The niche of a lower approach rating really is something that is not played quite as often in solo play. So you really only get a chance to play a lot of these maps in tournaments for some players, and it's just about how comfortable you are going to be from the beginning of this. And you can kind of just see it from Norway, slightly more proficient on Vanilla right now, which is making a bit of a difference. It's not going to be as prominent as Brazil is having a better performance overall as a team right now. We'll see if Camera God and Mile are able to pick it up a bit here, but another break from Camera God and Mile, only traded out by Predominator, but A Cooler is going to find another break, so Brazil is going to start to lose a bit of that score lead right now as Norway pulls ahead with Vanilla.
Yeah, definitely we see 3 more misses coming in, but that's already a 100,000 score difference in favor of Brazil. So if Vanilla drops there, that's huge for Brazil. And actually, I think the score diff is quite huge, actually. The Hard Rock player being Tanner is outscoring Camera God by about 200,000 points. That's making a huge difference. Predominator is also beating Mal by 100k. Vanilla's trying everything she can right now, but I think the... How would you say, the deal is sealed, I believe the saying is.
Yeah.
That's going to seal the deal. That's how they say it. But actually Brazil winning this one by 200,000 points. So the beginning looked promising, especially Vanilla's score being 900k is really huge on Nomad, but Mile being outscored by Predominate by 100,000 points and Camergal by 200,000 points is making a huge difference in favor of Brazil. That's going to be a second breakpoint. So this pick wasn't it in the end, sadly, and that's 3-0 Brazil actually. So really good performance coming in from the Harter player and the hidden player from Brazil. And they do show quite a lot of strength in these mixed mod categories with these mod specialists, right? Beautiful score. But actually, Vanilla, missing on that lost heart section. That one is really hard. The back and forth streams with the wiggle right after. It's not easy to hit that, but everything else she did FC, so that was a beautiful score coming from her as well.
Well, good start, but unfortunately not quite enough. You get into these later stages here, and I think the quarterfinals is an interesting stage because it most closely reflects what we've seen through qualifiers performance. And given Brazil just overall a little bit more consistent, they have a little bit more versatility within their roster thus far in the match, and I think being able to switch out more of these players shows that they have a more consistent roster for a lot of these picks, and right now that's really showing through. Norway maybe one or two consistent players, really high scoring on some of these picks, but the difference is really, really made by versatility of the roster in these later stages. And right now, Brazil is definitely the champion of that category, and they're going to try and keep that up.
Yeah, if they can confirm this breakpoint again, so looking at a 4 scoreline, then that is a huge buffer. And I'm not sure if Norway can come back from that, but obviously they first have to pick, and we'll see after that. Double time is still open. So Air 9 double time, Air 8.8 double time still open. Nomad also still open. So, and we see Nomad 1 getting picked. I find this a really interesting pick. I think this could be a mistake on the Brazilian side, underestimating Norway's Nomad performance. Because Vanilla, she outscores a cooler by about 130,000 points. That's a lot. Although this map is quite different. This is a 3 minutes 30 in length, Air 9.3. Consistency-based map, but it's kind of rough on the spacing in my opinion. So easy to trip up on it. Interesting pick coming in from Brazil. Not planning to go for Air 9 double time, for example, which we have seen quite a lot in previous matches. It's also, it's less niche of a skill set than low AR hidden, but high AR DTs, well, I think most of the teams can kind of guess if they're better or worse at it than other teams, whilst like a Nomad one like this one, kind of uncertain about how the other team's going to score on this. And Cameron got a mile on Region's side. Those do look kind of scary and Nomad, I do have to say. So this might backfire for Brazil, but we'll have to see. Even though, the song is a banger. I prefer this one over Heart of One personally, but I can see Heart of One as well, actually. So.
Yeah, also very good. Again, you're kind of going back to that consistency here. And you've seen Camera gotten mild, just undershooting some things a little bit with the hidden. And I think, you take that off, you got the no mod. It's a little bit more comfortable to read in some cases. Hidden is one of those mods, I think, where, despite being a preference mod, it really does kind of matter how you're feeling that day on hidden. There'll be some days where you're on point with hidden, feels no different than no mod or any other mod combination that you could throw onto a map. And then you have some days where you're just slightly off a little bit. You're not feeling as confident with your movements, and it really does make a big difference in how your score is reflected here. So I think we're looking for maybe that shift from Norway that we haven't been able to see yet. And I think you mentioned Brazil maybe treading into some more uncertain waters here with this pick. That'll be reflected very early on in this match with the performance.
Definitely. As I said, I think it's a bizarre pick in my opinion, but then again, we don't know how they did in practice and all that, so we'll see how it goes. He's decisive actually stepping in instead of Vanilla, and then on the Brazilian side, we see Mackenzie making his second appearance. He did play that Harder one pick, so Kono, Hannah, Lucia, Mackenzie, and a cooler facing off Gamergub, Mile, and Sai. So I think both teams have a really strong roster for this one, so I'm curious to see how this is going to go.
Interested to see here. We're seeing a similar roster on Brazil to some of the previous picks here. Norway bringing Sysef back in for the first time since that first hidden pick. So, see, bringing it back for the no mod here. Will Norway be able to finally secure themselves a break point, no less? Right now, we'll see what happens. This, we're starting to get to kind of like the last few opportunities here for them to get a point on the board here. Brazil secures a 4th point. It does go back to Norway's pick, but, you're basically in a unique spot where it is literally impossible to win regardless. So, you got to get 2 break points on the board, and that's not something that you want to be in. Sysef's going to find a very early miss there. Not going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but it is going to give, with that a cooler break, obviously. But close start here, and we've got a long way to go.
Yeah, definitely, as you pointed out, this is a huge pick for both teams. Brazil can put the foot on the gas in this one, but Norway can put their foot behind the door, right? So really interesting how both teams do. Small advantage for Norway because those misses from Syfe were early enough from a cooler. As soon as everyone's buff 200 combo, we'll see about the score. But I think it's about 10. Actually, Mal dropping there is going to give the advantage back in favor of Brazil. Map's 3 minutes 30 in length, so plenty of time for Brazil or Norway to find additional misses. And Mackenzie being one of those, so that's going to actually accrue as well. Mal trading as well, so only Kona, Lucia, and Cameron got on the up top with the FCs and Cypher the 300 combo. Cameron got dropping. That's 2 misses on either side. This is going to be really, really close, in fact.
Yeah, very close. Cameragod trying to do a little bit with that combo alongside Sysef there, but Lucia really holding it down for the Brazilian roster right now. And there goes the combo on Sysef as well, so there's really nothing on Norway to respond to these 200 pluses. And there goes Makanchi though. Lucia still pulling it out for Brazil right now, holding this combo. A-Cooler going to start to bring it up to back Lucia up right now, but Norway got a little ways to go to recover from this. Mile continuously having just a lot of trouble on these refrain sections right now, not quite able to put up some sustained combo, and that's really a big part of why Norway has this decent score gap being put up, despite the fact that Cameragod and Sysef are actually having fairly good plays.
Yeah, Sysef and Cameragod being the second and third best play in the room right now. Cameragod dropping there is not helping Norway whatsoever. Sysef as well, no combos on Norway really. Mild triple is coming from Norway. Konohan and Lucia right now, the only one with any combo, and putting in so much score and effort. Ends up dropping though, but the damage has been done, I do believe. That's a huge score difference in favor of Brazil. And that's, yeah, I believe, close to 100,000 points halfway to 2/3 into this map. So if Norway want to get back into this map, they have to triple C, I believe, the rest of the map, and hopefully more Brazil misses.
Well, they're going to need a couple more here. Brazil going to be down in combo for just a little bit here. Norway's going to hit that combo cap earlier here, but like you mentioned, they're really going to have to make a full 180 turnaround at the end of this map. Lucia going to help them out a little bit with the miss there, but Cameragod not doing them any favors by dropping the combo again as well. You can't really have these higher scoring players on your team finding misses in the latter quarter of the map right now when you need to be making these turnarounds. And right now, Lucia going to trade it out again. Both of these top 2 players really not having as good of a time as they did in the beginning, but luckily for Lucia right now, Makanchi and A-Cool are really holding down the latter parts here. Mile and Sysef trying to help, but Sysef's going to find that break again here. And I think that combo lead that Brazil has is really going to stay maintained in the last bits here.
Yeah, lost A of the map, and those 2 huge combos on Brazil. Actually, Mackenzie ends up dropping, but a double is coming from Norway, and a cooler right now holding on for Brazil, and I think that's a huge performance coming from A-Cool. Miles swinging a lot, Cameragod dropping once, where Sysef trying to do what he can, but the map's coming to an end, and a huge combo on A-Cool. Konan and Lucia actually also supporting that beautifully, and I believe Brazil is just a more consistent team on this Nomad 1 pick. A-Cool above 700 combo right now, and that's the score is about 130,000 points in favor of Brazil. So, I mean, the dynamic of this map was mostly one of Brazil holding on and everyone else in the lobby missing. And sadly for Norway, it was twice a Brazilian player being the one to hold on. Conan and Lucia and A-Cooler both had their runs on this one. A-Cooler getting the MVP, I believe, with 920,000 points. Sysef actually only the 4 miss, so a huge performance come for Sysef, but Mile especially somewhat struggling on this Nomad 1 pick, surprisingly so. And that is going to give a second breakpoint in favor of, actually, never mind, a second 1 pick by Brazil in their favor, so a 4-0 scoreline for them. And I do see Mile picking DT2 immediately, and this one, this is such a great map. Map by Bunray, a Silent Room. I mean, Silent Room is a great artist in my opinion. And this map is really technical. It's a really technical Air 8.3 double time pick. It's really short as well, about 750 combo, I do believe. But yeah, it's technicality. You'll see it soon. It's amazing in my opinion. Sadly, I I personally didn't get the favorite to play it. But yeah, not easy. Not an easy map whatsoever. You have to be a DT specialist for this one, I do believe. And I think both teams don't really have a player that stands out as being a DT specialist. I think most of them are hidden and hard mains, but I could see it. For example, Camera God up top there, I could see a really good score coming from him. But Conan and Lucia actually, at No Mod 1 being the rock for Brazil, especially in the first half, could also put out a really good score in this one, I do believe.
We've been looking for those consistent performances on Brazil. You saw in the previous pick here, obviously a different skill set, but just overall, that one-player performance backed up very consistently across their side here. Norway really finding a lot of 2- and 3-way breaks on these sections here. They don't have as much of that consistency at this upper level, I think, as they would want today. Camera God been trying to make some big plays here. Sicep as well. Vanilla had a little bit more trouble, I think, than she was, kind of wanting on that last pick here, and maybe a bit of a turnaround on this DT right now, as they're back to their own pick, a little bit more of a comfortable position, something that they're used to.
Definitely. The map is 2 minutes 25, so after DT's added, that is like, I believe, 1 minute 30 or something. So a really short one as well. Only 700 combos, so it's consistently hard. There's like this middle section where there's low density but quite spaced out, and that's personally my biggest weakness, I would say. Like it's the hardest part in my opinion, but I can see people miss pretty much everywhere on this one as well. We see Mackenzie coming back in, Tanar and Konano Lucia, so I believe that is only a cooler stepping out for this double time to pick. On the other side, we see Vanilla coming in from Mile, Sicep after this really good No Mod 1 performance coming back in for DT2, and then Camera God being the god for Norway, the highest ranked player, so he's going to stay in for, I believe, every single map.
Well,
600k incoming, or is that 800k? That is not looking good for the Brazilian. I'm curious to see how these teams are going to perform on this.
Well, based on Lucia's previous performance, the 800k might be a bit of an undershot, just doubting themselves on the ability to play this map, which I guess if you've got a technically intensive pick like this, especially on DT, it really does cause some uncertainties here, but maybe if you expect failure and you do better, it feels a hell of a lot better than all right, I couldn't tell if that was Bancho not connecting at their beginning or if everybody on Brazil was not ready for the start of this map. Oh, I think they just weren't ready.
We see a bunch of mids coming. Actually, Sice being the only one to full combo. Actually, Mackenzie as well. So 2 full combos on the board, but small advantage in favor of Norway. Hey, I look at this map. It's so really technical, and it's a beautiful map, actually. Vanilla dropping, Mackenzie trading immediately. Triple miss coming from Brazil, and actually Cameron and Sicep right now. This pick is really good for Norway in the beginning stages of this map. Vanilla dropping once more, but Brazil's not able to hold on to any combo, actually. So early advantage in Norway. Sicep is dropping, but Camera got the only one above 200 combo, and Brazil especially struggling. This is already a 200,000 score difference in favor of Norway.
Ooh, Camera God is bringing it home right now.
Camera God, this man is in the league of his own right now. Beautiful performance.
So precise, so prepared for these patterns here. Really nothing off guard here. That hidden as well, just exceptional reading ability on these as well. He's absolutely unwavering. Finally finds a break in the latter half of the map here, but not before a significant amount of damage done against the Brazilian team. They're going to find another double break. Thanar putting up some combo right now. Absolutely means nothing, though. That massive score gap created by Norway at the beginning of this pick.
Yeah, this is actually kind of a massacre in my opinion. Norway completely outperformed Brazil in double time, and I do believe these first 2 picks from Norway should have just come from the double time pool. They found Brazil's weakness, I do believe, and that's a close to over 250,000 score difference. So beautiful performance, especially Camera got 2 misses, 5 misses on Tanner, not too bad, but Sicep even outscoring Tanner. Vanilla somewhat struggling, but then Mackenzie struggling even harder, and that's Norway on the board finally. But I hope it is not too late. I do believe they found Brazil's weakness being double time, so I'm assuming we're going to see double time 1 being picked after Brazil's pick now. So beautiful performance, especially from Camera God, but Norway in general. And it's so satisfying to see someone hit all those patterns with the hidden modifier as well on such a technical map. So great performance from Camera God, and he's been playing really well for Norway right now. And on a map like this, where there's some solo carry potential, he definitely showed up. And we see Mixed Mod 1, I believe, getting picked immediately by Brazil. So, yeah, their Mixed Mod 2 performance was really, really solid. So this is a reasonable pick, I do believe.
Yeah, this will be a good one for them to respond to here. They're going to have to try and get as many points on the board as they can for their own picks up here, of course. So, if they know Norway is going to be feeling good on the DT pool right now. They've got a full 3 picks left available to them right now, and that is a lot of room to work with here. Of course, they're going to need to take breakpoints in between some of those, and I think that was kind of the big difference with Brazil getting the earlier breakpoints. Regardless of how Norway plays at the ending of this match here, they need to be able to respond to that to even have a chance to have access to a lot of their other picks here. So, we'll see if they're able to make it there. Of course, Brazil having looked pretty good across these picks so far. This map, of course, being a custom edit for the tournament here. We are going to get into one of the first of that here. A-Cooler feeling pretty confident on this one, it seems here, but he's going to have to respond. And, I think we're going to see a lot more comfortable plays from here on Brazil on the mixed mod picks.
Yeah, I do believe as well. I think Brazil's... this is probably the best pick out of all picks in the pool left. So I really like this from Brazil. And on the other hand, we Saisev play really well on Nomad 1, so this pick is not too different from that Nomad pick, so I'm curious to see how Saisev is going to perform. Mile on Hidden, then Camera God on Harter. That's a solid Norwegian roster, but I think Brazil still has the advantage, given that Mixed Mod 2 performance as well, right? Which was also really beautiful coming from Brazil. But if you're Norway, you want to win this point. Otherwise, you're looking at 5 match points for Brazil, and that is going to be really rough. If they win this one, and they can pick double time and win that one, we're only looking at a 1 breakpoint deficit. So a lot of stake right now for Norway. They're definitely not out of this one just yet. About the map I have the floor, as you said already, a custom map, 2 minutes and 13 in length. For Nomad and Hidden players, it's you have to hold your dash quite a lot in this map. There's a lot of really fast-paced streamy section, but I do believe it's relatively comfortable for most players. For the harder players, I haven't personally played with hard, so I'm not too certain, but I do believe it's also relatively straightforward. This one is definitely easier than the Mixed Mod 2 pick, given how it's like way different and way more comfortable being AR 9.3 instead of AR 8 and then CS4 instead of CS5, and so on and so forth. So, expecting way less misses coming from Brazil. We see, coming in from both teams actually, we see Brazil drafting Tanner on Hardrock. A-Cooler, I believe, is going to be the Nomad player and Endu the Hidden player, or those could be switched around, and then Camera God, Hardrock, Mile, Hidden, and Saisev on the Nomad for the Norwegian side.
We'll definitely get a chance to see real quick. We'll get into the map here. Predictions out. Everyone feel free to roast him if they were wrong. Let's see.
Okay, all right.
Looking good.
And we also got the mirrored Hidden and Nomad on the bottom side. Is really satisfying. So I'm glad they placed themselves like this. We see Kamagao choosing Hidden with the Hardrock, but he's been doing that the entire match, and it's been working out for him. So only for reading purposes, no score bonus whatsoever. However, the Hardrock multiplier is 1.12, so the Hardrock player is a little bit more important than the Nomad and Hidden player. So Hardrock misses are more painful for your team. In the beginning section of this map, everyone seems to be relatively comfortable approaching one of the combo. Actually, Mile and Endu, both Hidden players missing in the beginning, and that's going to tie things up, stabilize as well. But Tanner dropping, Camera God not trading, is going to get the early advantage in favor of Norway.
Yeah, it's a lot of these Hard Rock players are really a big liability, I think, on these, faster picks. Requires more dashing back and forth here. It really is. It requires a lot of control that is hard to keep consistently right now. Camera God's doing a very good job of it, as he has been the entire match right now. A-Cooler holding the only combo left on Brazil for this major difference here. Mile and Camera God being able to make this work for Norway at the beginning here. Some time left, though. A shorter pick on this one, of course, just over 2 minutes. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room for breaks, and we'll see if we see a recovery from Thanar with the Hard Rock towards the latter half of the map here. Just that one break from him, Endo, as well. Saisev going to be finding an extra one for Norway here, so it is just still Mile and Camera God. There goes Thanar with the Hard Rock. Again, we talk about just how difficult this pick is with that, and it's going to be a 5-way break, except for Camera God really putting in all the stops for Norway.
Yeah, once again, this is Camera God show right now. Camera God has put his foot on the gas, and that's going to give a really good buffer for Norway, actually. But we see a double miss coming from them, and only one trade coming from Endu. So I think they're still in favor right now, but Brazil's coming closer and closer. But we see a double miss coming from both hardware players, so that's going to stabilize. And actually, Gamma God dropping once more is going to give you advantage for Brazil, but Endo dropping as well. But Mile only a slice for Tana right now, but Tana being the hardware player. There's so many misses happening in this ending section. Brazil still in front, Gamma God, size of Mile, triple miss coming from Norway, and Tana being 200 combo in this ending section is giving Brazil a slight buffer, but they're definitely not over the line just yet. Gamma God dropping once more is just favoring Brazil right now.
Thanar does find a break. It's going to be close into the ending here. This would be a big break point for Norway as Thanar continues to find breaks, but I don't know if there's going to be enough time. Norway with A Cooler holding that combo into the ending and all the breaks. That's going to be it into the end. Brazil just barely grabbing that one.
Okay. I think Endu might have failed.
Did he fail the ending?
Given he had no fail on, actually. So we might have to look into this.
I believe they did win the pick. I believe based on scores towards the ending, Brazil had the lead before he failed at the ending. Yes, Brazil won that pick by a little over 100,000, 120-ish thousand almost. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Brazil did win this one, but that is interesting. I was not expecting a fail there, but either way, we see the Nomad and Hidden player on the Norwegian side struggling a little bit more than I anticipated. And that's going to give the advantage to Brazil on that pick, and that's going to be 5-1 scoreline. That's not pretty for Norway. Huge task ahead of them. It's not impossible. It has happened before, but it's not the route you want to take when you want to win a match, being 5-1 down in the best of 11.
People quiet.
Well, curious to see if they do end up going for that double time, right? I think both of us can agree that double time seems their best bet by far.
Definitely. It's their, technically they're one of their last possible chances to get a point up on the board here before Brazil goes back to their next pick. Obviously, being on match point gives them a very advantageous position going into these last couple of maps potentially here. They've been doing a really, really solid job of taking their own picks. And just like you said, Norway going to go right back in for DT1 right here, looking much better on the speed. And I think that, they're going to have a chance to at least grab this map based on what we've seen thus far. Brazil going to be looking to maybe make a recovery from that earlier DT pick, although they were certainly outclassed by Norway from what it seemed.
Definitely. This map is a lot different from DT2, being the fact that this one is not technical. The patterns are really straightforward, but the big factor is Air 9, right? That famous Air 9, I would just say it's skill, Air 9 being like a really different skill set, being because of the AR being so high. In comparison to, I believe last week was Air 8.5 the highest AR in the DT pool, so definitely a step upwards in this pool. And this is the first Air 9 DT we'll be seeing in the tournament, being in the quarterfinals, which is also something new for CWC. Last year's those were most of the time the semifinals or finals even so. But the map itself is relatively easy, being the fact that the patterns are straightforward, there's no memory in them. But the huge factor, as I said already, Air 9 DT, and if you play this with nerves, it's really difficult in my opinion, because it's so fast, and if you're nervous, you tend to overdash or underdash just a little bit, and that can ruin your entire experience in this one. So I'm really curious to see how both teams are going to perform on this. But Brazil's not out of this one just yet, given how this is completely different to DT2, but I think Norway does feel relatively confident on double time.
Well, we'll see if they're able to maintain that, especially with that higher approach rating on the DT1 pick right here. Again, just overall more comfortable as a team on Norway. It wasn't even just the difference of one player necessarily, just the entire performance making the difference. We're going to have to see a big switch. Again, one of the longer maps in the pool with the DT1 here. It stays, a little bit less given the DT added on, but we are looking just for a little bit of more consistency. And when you throw in the approach rating there for a lot of players, that does become a big ask. Norway once again opting in for more of the hiddens here. You see a lot of players actually opting for that on the higher approach rating picks. It really does help a lot with reading for most.
Definitely. You see Cameron and Vanilla being choosing hidden with the double. Vanilla being the first to drop, so early fans from Brazil, and they do seem way more confident on this one than the previous DT pick, given how all of them are approaching 200 common, I believe. Like, 2 of them didn't even get to a common lost pick. But Mackenzie trades up this for Vanilla, and that's going to give an early defensive favor for Norway as soon as everyone's above 200, because Vanilla's miss was a little bit early, but a triple miss, actually. 2 on the Norwegian side, 1 on Brazilian side. Cornel, Lucia, and Tanner versus Cameron right now. That's Brazil.
Well, Then are looking pretty good on this, actually. The best in the lobby right now by just a little bit. Moving more confidently through this here. Cameragod doing what he's been doing the entire match here, trying to put the Norwegian team on his back for just a little bit longer during this match right now. As long as Lucia and Thanar hold, though, he's going to have a difficult time making that work. We'll see what happens as we start to approach the halfway point of the map right now. But overall, Brazil, they're making that shift that we said they needed to have from that earlier DT pick right now. Just a lot more comfortable on this style. You're less technically intensive and more on that consistency there. It's going to be another 2 breaks from the Norwegian team here, and now we're going to start to get into a bad spot. Brazil does trade a breakout with Makanchi and Saisef, but right now, Thenar and Lucia going to make all the difference in the world for the Brazilian team.
And definitely 2 FCs versus 1. And let's keep in mind, this is Norwegian tournament live on the line, right? This is Brazil's match point and lose break. That ends up dropping, though. That's huge for Norway, but Vanilla trades Cameragod versus Conan and Lucia right now. But that score is already 150,000 points. A huge buffer in favor of Brazil. And I think they need an absolute meltdown if they want to give this away. For the left, Conan and Lucia still with the FC. Cameragod as well, both in 99.74 accuracy. Conan and Lucia dropping, though. That's going to give you some leeway for Norway. They have 2 couples above 200, but they need Vanilla to get above 200 as well. But they need more miss coming from Brazil. But that's a double miss coming from Brazil, only 1 by Norway. So that's a advantage Norway. Cameragod still with the FC, actually. Huge performance coming from Cameragod. 100,000 score difference. They need more. But there is a chance for Norway. 1 quarter left, actually.
Got it. Saisef needs to hold this combo as well as Cameragod right here. They need both to stick into this. Vanilla putting up a big combo here right now would actually help them even more. Saisef does break the combo, though. That's going to make it so much more difficult for Norway right now. There's a double break on the side. Oh, it's a 3-way break, actually, on the side of Brazil. Cameragod is just barely going to try and get this into the ending. There might be enough.
There might be some time. The match come to an end, actually. That's 20,000 points. They need 1 more miss, I do believe. And it's a spinner at the end, but I don't think this is actually... This got really cool. Beautiful FC coming from Cameragod, though. Beautiful FC, but sadly, that's only 23,000 score difference, so not a huge score difference whatsoever. But Brazil ends up taking that 6 point. Yeah, I mean, Cameragod, huge performance coming from him in this map, but also in this match. So definitely, like, the rock for Norway right now. But sadly, I do believe that this is going to be GG, right?
Yeah.
Unless I'm mistaken. I think it's going to be 6-1 in favor of Brazil.
That is it.
Yeah, I think description might be... Yeah. Yeah, that is going to be GG indeed, yeah. But either way, I mean, there were... I mean, that first pick being 50 points difference, that last pick being 23,000 points difference, there was possibilities for Norway, but sadly, just not consistent enough, I do believe. And Brazil ends up taking, but this match was closer than they anticipated, even though I think the 6-1 scoreline's not fair to Norway. But sadly, it is what it is. We have to say goodbye to Norway. They'll be finishing in the 17th to 24th spot this year, joining teams like the Netherlands and Japan. So that's definitely well played by them, because the Netherlands and Japan are countries with rich CWC history as well. But beautiful performance coming from Brazil, actually. So, but they have a really difficult task ahead of them, because they have to face Italy, I believe, tomorrow. And Italy being a top 3 favorite candidate for a lot of people, that is not the matchup you'd like, being Brazil. But they did show some strength on the mixed mod bracket. I think they did beat Italy's score on mixed mod 2, for example. So there are possibilities for Brazil, but they're looking at a complete juggernaut as their opponent tomorrow.
Yeah, big matches coming out here in these early rounds here, starting with the quarterfinals. A lot of losses for some strong teams in the earlier round. Just gives you an idea of how deep the player pool is this year. Of course, that is going to be continuing, actually. We're going to have our first secondary match of the losers bracket coming up right after this. Of course, Russia versus Poland, the 11th seed versus the 19th seeded. Both of these teams advancing from their first matches. We were just mentioning Poland advancing, defeating the Netherlands 6-1 And Russia defeating Japan 6-0 just earlier today. Both of them looking very, very strong through those first matches. I think we're going to hope to see some close matchups between these two very strong teams in the losers bracket already.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a match for finishing the top 12, I do believe. The loser of this match finishes between 12 and 16. So, I mean, both of these teams are really, really strong. Poland they kind of play bad on the qualifiers, they some said, but they're a really, really strong team. Being 96, seed 19 is definitely not what they actually are. Russia being seed 11, but the issue with Russia right now is they're lacking their captain. Their captain has PC issues and all that kind of stuff, so I'm not sure which team is favored in that match, but I do believe that's going to be a really, really close matchup. And, well, yeah, that's already 2 minutes, so that's perfect timing for Brazil and Norway to end, in fact.
Yeah, good timing on that one here. You know, you got, hopefully for Russia's sake, even with some technical issues here, that doesn't make a massive difference in their performance in this match here. Of course, we mentioned they looked really, really solid against Japan, unwavering in their performance here. Being the higher seeded team going into this matchup against Poland as well, definitely looking, pretty good for them here, although I think Poland is going to maybe give them a little bit more trouble than they're looking for here. We are going to, let's see what happens.
Yeah, both teams only playing 6 and 7 maps in their previous matches, so not a lot of information, not a lot of intel for both teams, so I do believe this one's going to be really close. Looking back on Brazil-Norway, once again, I want to congratulate Brazil on making it in the top 16. I think that's definitely their goal for this year, but as we can see on the bottom right there, Brazil-Italy tomorrow at 17 UTC, that is a huge loss for Brazil. Norway finishing in the top 24, I think that's also something they anticipated. I think they qualified 22nd, you said earlier on the stream, so that is, well, about where they belong. But we already said goodbye to 6 teams, and this match is going to be the 7th, and then some winner bracket matches are coming up as well tomorrow, which are also going to be straight up fire.
Yeah, that is going to be some absolutely ridiculous matchups tomorrow. A lot of our, of course, our winners bracket matchups all happening tomorrow. So that's really a big day for matches here. This one, obviously, the last of the day, unfortunately, will be sad to say goodbye after this, but some very early stuff coming at you. Of course, starting off with that match between South Korea and Mexico, an absolutely huge matchup to start off the day here But before that, of course, we've got our matchup here between Russia and Poland, the potential. The anticipated second round matchup here, finally sending another team home. Going to be one of the teams on your screen right now, of course, between these two. Russia down a player right now. Not looking super good for them, but still a strong team regardless.
Yeah, definitely. As I said before, Russia missing Memoriola, probably one of their strongest players, but the captain as well. I'm not sure if he's here. I believe he's not going to be here. On the other side, Poland missing Lekuzeku as well. I believe ranked like top 30 in the world. So both teams missing one of their stars. So this could get really close. But the thing is with Russia's problem, they only have 5 players, missing 1. Only having 4 players for this match. There's not a lot of switching around you can do, right? So that's going to be somewhat rough for Russia, but I'm curious to see how it goes. We see Poland actually banning Hardrock 2. Gonna give you a small recap about that. And Russia banning Hidden 1, so the same bans as the last match. I think both maps have been banned quite a lot, and we see Russia picking Double Time 2. So you see once again that map that Cameron God went completely ham on banning picks, and I'm so happy to see it.
Yeah, Russia's generally opted for a lot of these more technically intensive, faster picks here in their matches, and they've done a very good job of maintaining their consistency and strength on them right now. And I think for their sake, I hope they're able to put up this first point against Poland right now. This would be a very big start that I think they need right now. Obviously, having your captain missing with some technical issues is really, not amazing for, I think, team morale going into these matches. But if they can, look strong on this first pick of the match right now and prove to themselves that, they don't maybe need that extra player to go through and perform well in this match, it's going to be even bigger for them than they imagine. Insomnia's going to find a little bit of an early break here, traded out with Cosmit, so nothing too big for them at the start here. We're going to maintain these even scorings, but again, for their sake, I hope they're going to start off strong with this pick here. We'll see as we really pick up into the map right now where the confidence lies between these two teams right now. It's on Poland, but it might not stay there for the entire map. We've seen a lot of breaks towards the middle sections here.
Yeah, Maus and Skyly both being known for their double time, definitely showing up for Poland right now. So early finds for Poland, but the slower section is coming up soon, whereas at this pace of Miss Cosmic and Nelly trading miss, but that's going to stabilize the score to around 30,000 points. But Insomnia dropping once more. Advantage Poland for this one, still 2 FCs for them. Vafar, all loss FC for Russia dropping as well. And that score is huge already. They need at least 2 or 3 misses coming from.
Well, looking for a little bit of a turnaround from Russia towards the latter half here. Another break from Insomnia is going to be a bit of a big factor for them. We're going to see a couple extra breaks coming out of Poland, though. It's going to be Cosmic and Mowers finding breaks here. There goes Skalea also with another break. A lot of misses from Poland towards the latter sections of this map right here. Really going to give a heck of a lot of score back to Russia. They're going to have the chance to bring this back with these combos on Nelly and Vafara into the ending, but might not be enough here. They barely held it. That later break on the side of Russia might have actually let that one slip up there, and it is going to end up being the win for Poland there. Just above 70,000 score in the lead for them, and that's going to be a break point to start the match off.
Yeah, huge performances coming in from Maus and Skyly. Actually, Cosmic somewhat struggling, but Insomnia as well. I mean, Memoriola would have played this map, I'm quite certain, instead of probably Vafar or Insomnia, so that could have been a Russia point, but sadly, break point immediately for Poland, and that's going to give a huge morale boost actually to start things off with a break. We see Mixmod 2 getting picked immediately as well. That is that really rough map from last match as well. But I mean, Insomnia being here for Russian Federation is good because he didn't play in the last match versus Japan, so we weren't really certain if he was here. I believe Kitsunaivi is also going to make his appearance for this one. Kitsunaivi being the hidden main for Russia, by far the best hidden player in the entire country of Russia. On the other side, for Siksik, Mixmod 2, I'm not sure who's going to be playing hidden for Poland, actually. They don't really have one outstandingly good hidden player, except for like Jeku, but he's not here, obviously, so that might be a question mark for now, but interesting pick coming from Poland, keeping in mind that they don't really have a main hidden player, whilst Russia have Kitsunaivi, which is a really, really good hidden player. So, could backfire just a little bit for Poland, but either way, they have that one breakpoint buffer right now. So curious to see how this one. Actually, never mind. I completely forgot about Trigon. Never mind what I said. Trigon is by far their hidden player. Trigon slipped my mind. Actually, Trigon is definitely up to par with Kitsunaivi, so this pick makes way more sense for me now.
Well, see if that plays out for Poland right here, obviously, with that chance to consolidate that first point that they were able to grab here. See if they can maybe grab another one. Russia's going to look to try and start this match off a little bit stronger than that first map there. They had a big opportunity to grab the first pick there, and it looked pretty good towards the ending of the map there. Just a couple of extra breaks really giving that one up, and as we approach the start of this Mixmod 2, we'll see where it ends up lying. Of course, exactly like you said here, Trigon and Kitsunaivi both running with the hiddens here. Match up against each other is going to be Skylay and Insomnia on the Hard Rocks. They're going to be the big score differences here if we've got a significant performance over the other.
No surprises here. I'm a little bit worried about Insomnia because I do believe he's not really the type of person to practice a lot of the pools, and this map is really memory heavy, so I hope for him he did practice this one. On the other hand, Skylia is a really harder player. Trigon being the first to drop, actually, so early advantage for Russia, actually, but Insomnia trading in. As we already said, harder misses are more painful, so advantage of Poland most likely. So still 2 FCs on both sides.
Well, at the start here, nothing too massive for either team. It is just a slight lead for Russia, all things considered, just on those two players with the full combos right now. But as Insomnia continues to find a couple breaks, and there's another trade from actually Trigon and Kitsunaivi, both at the hidden, going to be finding some breaks right there. So it's Nelly and Skalea right now for the two combos. Insomnia, again, just going to be over-dashing on some of these. Really, a couple extra combo breaks that you don't want to be seeing from them. It's going to give Poland a bit of an advantage if Skylea is able to put up a better combo right now. Nelly's the only thing that's holding off imminent doom for Russia right now.
Yeah, Mao is dropping once more. I think that's going to switch things in favor of Russia. Actually, a Noma player on Russia, Nelly, putting a huge performance for them. Skyly on the hard, also the one miss on this map is really insane, but there's a lot of miss coming in for the hidden plays as well, but Nelly outperforming Mouse by a lot is giving Russia that advantage. Double miss coming from Russia. Nelly versus Skylia, but that's going to favor Pome because hard is more score, right? Insomnia dropping once for Dragon and Kitsune also struggling a lot. Mao is dropping once more. Actually, Nelly dropping as well. It's only Skylia. A huge performance coming from Skylia. You're currently in a 1 miss on this map. Is absolutely insane, and she's putting in so much score for Paul. Look at that scorebar difference. I mean, Skylia's outscoring Insomnia, the other hard to play, by 300,000 points, and that is massive for Poland.
That is absolutely ridiculous from Skylia there. In great performance on the Hard Rock. Again, we were watching it the entire time. Insomnia just not quite looking too comfortable on some of those hyper dashes with the Hard Rock, really over dashing on some patterns, and it was a big difference, Bakeries. You see 21 misses compared to just the one on Skylea towards the beginning of the map right there. Nelly trying to put up some sort of score to combat that, unfortunately not able to do enough to make up for a little bit of an underperformance from Kitsune Ivy and Insomnia, and Poland with the overall stronger performance really making making that work in their favor.
Definitely, and that performance from Skylia is so incredible. I think that's by far the best performance we've seen on this map. Most harder players tend to at least 5 or 6 miss that map, being around like 940,000 points. I believe like the Brazil match, the best score of hard was 910,000. She got 1.06 million. I think that's going to be the best score in this map for the entire weekend even. I think that's a bold statement, but I can't really see that many people being it. Perhaps Steve Tobas from France, but we'll see about that tomorrow. But huge performance coming from Poland. And we see Double Time 1 getting picked by Russian Federation. I think that is a reasonable pick. Double Time 1 being the Air 9 pick, but they have Insomnia, which is a Double Time main. I think that guy can read Air 9.7 DT, which is absolutely insane. But this one should be fine for Insomnia. I think Nelly and Vafar, I'm not too certain actually about Vafar's performance on Air 9 DT, but we'll see about that. I'm curious to see actually wait, this was Russia's pick. Yeah, this was Russia's pick. Alright. We see Baba of Darkness, the captain of Poland, coming back in. Mao is staying. Mao is a brilliant double time player, new addition to the Polish team for the very first time this year, and he has shown his double time capacities on double time 2 already. But beautiful double time player, also really good at no mod actually. Skylia, by far the best Polish player in this match currently, carried that double time 2 and definitely carried that mix mod too, so it makes a lot of sense to put her in. And then on the other side, Fafar, Nelly, and Insomnia. Insomnia choosing hidden with double time, once again reading purposes only, no score bonus. I believe in standard it does give score bonus right hidden, so that's why I always try to specify it for those that are not really familiar with catch, so it gives no score bonus. About the map, it's close to 3 minutes in length and Air 9 double time, right? That's the hard part about the fact that it's really fast.
Yeah, really fast or really long, and it does leave a lot of room for some breaks here. Nelly's going to find one at the beginning. We did talk a little bit about how Russia was a fairly strong team at these DT picks here, and they're going to have to look to prove that to us on this pick right here. Poland, of course, up 2-0 right now. Russia's going to want to get on the board as early as possible. It's going to be an early miss from Bober here, so then it's going to be actually a big trade. So there's a 4-way break. It's just Skylea and Insomnia left up with the combos right now. Bober's going to be finding another break for Poland, but Nelly trades it out, so we're actually seeing a lot of trades at the beginning here, and I think it'll be continuing like that for the majority of the pick, especially if you're seeing misses at these sections right now. Just a lot of difficulty from a few players here. But there goes Insomnia, so Skylea is actually going to have a chance to bring this back towards Poland's side for the score right now.
Yeah, it's Skylia versus the World right now. The only FC left in the room. The only one to get through these beginning stages without dropping common. I believe actually Bauer Doctor is missing once more there. He's going to see that advantage in favor of Russia. He's struggling quite a lot actually. But Maurus and Skylia, I think Maurus on the 1 miss right now, Skylia still in the FC. Beautiful performance coming from those who Bauer can support him as much as he can. I think this can switch back into the late stages of the map. Nelly actually recovering after those early slip-ups as well. Same with Fafara, and Insomnia only on the 1 miss right now. So huge performances coming up from the Russian Federation as well.
This is big for them right now. If they're able to hold these combos up right now, it won't really matter what Skylea or Maurus does right now. They're going to have to hold it. Bober's really making the big difference for Poland right now. Just these consistent combo breaks, not quite being able to match up with his teammates. And there's going to be another one again, another underdashing. Just not the performance that he really wanted to see on this pick. And it's giving a big score lead over to Russia. Continuously having some trouble here. It's going to be 100,000 score. It's going to start to grow quite a bit towards the ending of the map here, as Russia has certainly cleaned up their beginning performance. Very notably, Nelly, who had a lot of trouble at the start of the map, has made a complete 180 shift right now. Fantastic for the Russian team. Skylea still doing everything possible. Absolutely no slip-ups here. Not even a single droplet, and is holding it together for Poland trying. But it's not going to be enough as long as Russia keeps up this performance.
Definitely only an 8 left of the map, and that's already 100,000 points, so they need a triple risk coming from Russia, and I think that's very unlikely given the performance right now. Fafar missing once, but that should not be a difference maker. Bauer Doctor's trading that one, and Nelly as well dropping, but that still be the Russian Federation losing this point in the first, winning this point rather, and a break point. But actually, never mind, this was picked by Russia, so Russia winning their own pick. It got relatively close in the end. But Skylea, yeah, insane performance coming from her. She's been playing brilliantly. Mao is sold at 2 misses, Something with a 1 miss. But Barber of Darkness sadly struggling a bit more than he anticipated with the 19 misses. So that's going to be, yeah, Barber already said 1 miss right before the match. So that can happen, right? It's Air 90T for you. If you're not feeling comfortable today or on the map, then it can completely backfire for you. But Skylea especially, really want to shout her out right now because she's been top peak this match.
Yeah, that was absolutely ridiculous there. Mauer's actually putting up a decent supporting performance as well. Just the 2 miss and a very good combos throughout the entire map there. Just Russia, better overall team performance. It does speak volumes as to when we were talking earlier, just about them being a stronger team at this skill set in particular here. An unfortunate, loss on that early null control DT pick there, but a point on the board is a point on the board, and they're going to keep this a heck of a lot closer at the beginning of this match, which is going to work in their favor. Only being down 1 point is certainly recoverable here, regardless of whether or not it's a break point or not. They are going to go through the rest of this match here a little bit more confident now that they've got something to work with right now.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely completely correct. Still 1 breakpoint advantage for Poland, though, so if they keep winning their own pick, they're perfectly clear. And they go for Hidden 2, actually, so Hidden 2 getting picked by Poland. And this is a complete shift for what we've seen already, right? We saw high AR DT, we saw technical DT, and we saw that niche mixed mod pick, and now they'll help with Hidden 2 coming in, met by our fellow commentator, JB Hyperion. 3 minutes in length, and the map is... It's how would you say it? It's kind of swing style-ish. Like the patterns are, they seem tap dashes, but they're not. So that's something that can catch people off guard. Russia definitely has a weakness on hidden, but Poland does so as well. So the fact that Poland feels comfortable enough to pick this against Russia means they, I assume, do have quite good scores on the map in practice. Because Trigon and Kitsune, the top two, the 2 players on the top right there, those are the hidden main players for both countries. And then Nelly being an all-around player, really pretty much, and Bauer Doctors as well. Mauer's being mostly double time and a Noah player, but has to fill in for hidden because Like Protector is not here. And then Vafar being the same, being a harder player, but has to fill in for Manriola being not here. So, oh yeah, I'm curious to see how these players go performing on this hidden pick, because they most of the time are not supposed to be playing this, right? Mauers and Fafar in particular are, well, don't think they signed up for CUC to play on the hidden practice because that's not their cup of tea, but sadly they're somewhat first to do so. I do expect quite a score from Trigon and Kitsune. Kitsune played this one versus, I believe, Japan this morning, and he was able to get over 1,000 combo, if I'm not mistaken, which was a huge difference maker. So curious to see where this is going to be going.
Well, Poland being down one of their stronger hidden players, and Russia, of course, being down a player overall, really going to maybe keep this somewhat in the middle for both teams here. Of course, Poland looks a little bit more consistent overall on the hidden earlier on in the match when we saw some of the players, opting in for it. So if they're able to continue that, then this hidden pick will work in their favor the way they want it to right now. But we'll see if they're able to maintain that. Of course, we've seen a lot of back and forth between these two teams early on, and Mauers is going to find that early pick along with Zafara here, and it's going to be, again, just, I mentioned it just before, back and forth towards here. Bober's going to find an early break as well, and Trigon, actually, so that's a full reset for Poland before they even hit that combo cap at the beginning here.
Yeah, let's keep in mind this is Poland's pick, so not to start day with 1. Kitsune and Nelly hitting 200 combo, so giving max score for Russia right now, and that's already a 1 miss advantage, I believe, in total, as soon as everyone is above that 200 combo rate, and that's 40 to 50,000 points in difference, so at least 1 miss in favor of Russia right now.
Well, Poland's going to make a bit of a recovery here. They're going to start to put up those combos. Now going to be all 3 over that cap. They're going to have that shift that they needed to make. There goes Nelly and Vafara as well right there. So double break from Russia is going to be able to give this score back over to Poland now as they have cleaned up from the beginning of the map. All 3 players looking a lot more confident in their movements right now. Kitsune Ivy trying to do whatever they can for Russia right now. Still holding it down. It's going to be a break from Mars.
Yeah, Kitsune Ivy in particular was the MVP for Russia versus Japan, and is showing up right now as well. This is his forte, right? This is his playground. Hidden is definitely what he prefers to play. Nelly dropping once more. That's going to increase the advantage for Poland, being about 30,000 points in difference. So a 1 miss advantage for Poland is really, really close, actually. Trigon and Bubble of Darkness recovering quite nicely after those early slips. Nelly missing once more is not helping Russia right now. And there's no... Actually, Bubble of Darkness end up trading, though, so that's going to stabilize the score if it's at around 50,000, as it was as soon as everyone's buffed to the top. But Nelly drops one more, so both captains actually somewhat struggling on the bottom side. Mowers as well. Vafara not trading, Kitsune not trading. That's going to give an advantage to Russia, and I think they will get in front, and they definitely do as soon as everyone above 200, and they're already in front right now. Vafara Nelly does end up dropping a Trigon as well. Actually, this is once again the Kitsune Ivy show, right? The only one above 900 combo right now, and he's approaching that 40 combo just as he was versus Japan, but he ends up dropping there. Complete reset on the board, actually. All 6 players end up dropping. It's really, really close, actually. It's 5,000 points in difference.
This is going to be right into the ending here. Vafara is going to find another break, throwing it over towards the Polish side in terms of the scoring. That's going to be pretty big if they're able to hold into the ending here. Poland has looked just a little bit more consistent on this map overall. Vafara continuing to find breaks at the ending here. If we see nothing from Poland, they're going to be able to cinch this one out. There's a miss from Trigon, though. It's going to be so close into the ending. Vafara continues to trade these breaks out, and it's a double break from Poland. That's going to throw it over Russia, but it's another double break from Russia. It's just Nelly to hold it down right now. That's all she's going to be able to do, holding the combo right into the ending. Bober's going to find another miss too. This is going to go over to Russia right at the ending on the back of Nelly's combo. Oh my goodness.
4,000 points in difference. That is beautiful. And that's a break point. That's a break. 2-2 scoreline. This is huge for Russia. This is a completely different dynamic for this match. And beautiful performance coming from Nelly on that last part, and Kitsune Ivy in the beginning as well. And this big kind of backfired for Poland. This is not what they wanted. They wanted to confirm that wanted to confirm that lead with that 3-1, but it's now looking at a 2-2 scoreline. Beautiful performance coming from Russia. And I mean, they're not known for hidden, right? Russia has always been the team that is, well, we pick hidden against them because they kind of are not that good at it, right? So let's pick hidden against Russia. And this is backfire for Poland. And I mean, all 3 of their players above 830,000, but Kitsune Ivy being the huge difference maker with a 900k plus score and 2-2 scoreline. We have a match in our hands, pair. This is a beautiful performance from Kitsune Ivy, and I'm curious to see where Russia wants to take this. 2 double times already been picked, 1 mixed mob, 1 hidden. Hardrock is still left open, and Vafara is a Hardrock main, right? So I think like Nelly and then Insomnia and Vafara, like something like Hardrock 3. That sounds really, really good. No one is also completely untouched right now. So really, this is an interesting point in the match just to see where is Russia going to be taking this. Are they going to stay in that double time or go somewhere else? Really curious to see.
Yeah,
they actually call a timeout.
Ooh,
so
that's
immediate
okay.
timeouts.
Okay, you know what? I can respect it. You're Russia. You know, you just picked up a very unexpected point from Poland on a break point. You really want to figure out where you're going to take the rest of this match. Now, I think this is going to be, you know, kind of like the turning point in the match right now. If you're able to consolidate a break point that, you know, you were not really thinking was going to be a contested pick, this is an opportunity for Russia to get a big handle on this match right now. So I am very much looking forward to seeing what Russia is going to be able to pull out for the rest of the match here. Of course, you know, we talk a lot about them being down a player, especially being down their captain right now. That's a big figurehead for the team that you're missing. And, you know, confidence off of that is something that not a lot of teams are able to maintain in a lot of cases. So the fact that Russia right now, they're coming into this match, they know exactly what they have to do. They've planned it out. They know what their players players are confident in right now. And Poland really, they're not going to have much of a chance to respond to this if Russia's able to lock in where, the direction they want to head is right now. So I'm very excited to see Russia maybe try and take a leading position in this match when it really looks to me like Poland was going to be having a really good day right now. You saw on that previous pick with the hidden map, just the strong solo performance on Kitsune Ivy for Russia really making the difference. Every single player on Poland within a similar margin from each other, as well as Russia. It's really just that star performance. So, we talk about in previous matches, you've got a lot of these teams, a lot of well-matched players. The 3 versus 3 keeps going on, and it's the team performance overall. But when you have both teams coming in on that overall performance there, that star really does start to shine, and there's very few teams that have a star that shines like that consistently. Russia right now, if they're going to be able to keep that up, will be big for them. Poland, though, got a couple players that we're expecting some big performances out of with plenty of maps left.
Yeah, definitely. And I believe when Skylia makes her return, right, that's going to be huge for Poland. But she only plays hardcore double time. That's the only limitation, sadly, for Poland, because, well, I mean, she seed double time 1. I believe she carried double time 2. She played brilliant on that hard rock, so she's definitely been a star for Poland. So if I were the Polish captain, I would definitely go for hardcore double time. Obviously, it's now Russia's pick for after this round, right? Russia, I have no clue where they should go, and they actually go for mixed mod 1. So that is interesting, given the fact that Poland kind of destroyed them on mixed mod 2, but definitely mixed mod 1 makes them do different maps. We already saw it in the last match, so could be a decent pick. Kitsune Ivy, I mean, on the hidden, kind of outperformed the Polish team of hidden players, so they perhaps expect Kitsune Ivy to outperform the Polish hidden player, and then Nelly to somewhat match the Polish Nomad player, and then Insomnia to not lose against Skylia as badly as they did on mixed mod 2. So they did take their time for this pick, so this is well thought of, and this could definitely be the biggest brain thing we have seen all day, or it could backfire. We'll have to see. Let's keep in mind as well, this is a loser bracket match, right? Tournament Live is for both teams on the line right now. We're looking at a best of 7 right now, given how 4 maps have been played, 2 to scoreline, best of 11, right? So potentially 7 more maps, and it's already quite, well, I believe, it's already, I think, 8:30 or 9:30 in Russia, so and they started playing early on this morning, I believe, at 10 UTC, so that's something to keep in mind as well. They might be a little fatigued or something. Whilst Poland, they played Netherlands at around, I believe, 15 UTC or something, so that's a way more reasonable time, right? That wasn't too long ago. So
do lose that focus a little bit as the day continues on sometimes, and hopefully for Russia's sake they're able to maintain that, especially for that hard rock player on this mixed mod 1 pick here. It's been proven to us time and time again in this match that Kitsune Ivy is just absolutely ready for anything that Hidden has to throw out, but and has been outperforming the equivalent Trigon on Poland right now for the skill set, so that's a big part of Russia's success right now. Nelly has actually been a big performer, as well as Insomnia. You've got these 3 massive faces for the Russian team right now, continuously putting up performances that they need to. Nelly, I think, has been slightly more of a wild card on some of these picks thus far. You've either seen a really good beginning performance or a really good ending performance so far in these maps, and I think if you can catch Nelly having a good map in general, that's the difference that Russia's really looking for right now. And Insomnia going to be running the hard rock for the Russian team right now, going to be obviously that big difference between the two teams. We talk about hard rock only having that score multiplier over all the hidden players, so you're really looking for the difference there. Bober also hasn't really been having the most consistent of match as the Polish captain right now, so you're really looking for a step up in performance from Bober in order to make sure that Poland finds a little bit more of a secured spot in this match right now, and that Nomad performance is going to matter just as much. And there it is, we're talking about it. Bober going to find that very early break from Poland right now. It's going to be Kitsune Ivy on the hidden to trade it, though.
Yeah, definitely, and we see Skylia making her reappearance, right? So that's huge for Poland. Early advance for them, given up Kitsune Ivy was a little bit later than Bobbers, but this map's about 1,000 combo, if I'm not mistaken, so plenty of room to potentially miss on. But Insomnia feeling a little more comfortable on this one in comparison to the mixed mod 2, right? So that's good to see for the Russian Federation. Skylia actually being the first to drop out of the 2 hardcore players, so early advance is going to switch over in favor of Russia, and Skylia dropping is something we haven't seen many times, so this might be a brilliant pick coming in from Russia. We'll have to see how this one evolves. A little harder section coming up with some streams and some back and forth wheels. As Skylia dropping once more, and Insomnia is not trading those misses, so he's putting in so much score for his team. Everyone above 200 come for the Russian side, so they're capitalizing on those misses. Baba dropping, Skylia dropping, doubles coming from Poland actually. Nelly trading ones, but Kitsunavi and Insomnia still holding on to combo. And that's already 80,000 score in difference, and it's going to be increasing given how two players are still not above 200 combo for the Polish side, so huge performance coming in from Insomnia and Kitsunavi for Russia right now.
Past halfway point in the map right now, Insomnia looking so confident on this Hard Rock. This is really a good move from Insomnia from that earlier performance on that Mixed Mod 2 right now. Kitsune Ivy looking really good after that initial break right now. Trigon's looking good too on the hidden right now. There's a break from Insomnia, but it's traded out by Bober right now. And it's going to be another break from Bober as well. So Skylea is going to try and put it up. There goes a miss from Trigon as well. And that's just going to increase the score lead that Russia already put up through the beginning of this match right now. Nelly, just with that one miss, going to be recovering from that. And of course, Kitsune Ivy very early on in the map has been absolutely unwavering since really sticking to that hidden performance. You know, it didn't look quite as confident at the beginning of the map, but definitely secured into the finish here. And Insomnia, you know, just that one miss and a couple droplets for them on the Hard Rock right now. And that is the shift they need to see. Bober and Trigon finding misses at the ending. Skylea trying to pull it with the Hard Rock, but that is the performance that Russia wanted. And that is going to be the 1 point lead for them now. They have been able to consolidate that break point that they got prior to this, and this is going to be the position that they really, really want to be able to secure in this match right now. Poland is going to have to respond early.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the first time in this match as Russia's leading, actually. So they were looking at a 2-0 deficit, and they won 3 maps on the spin, and that's a 3-2 scoring for Russia. All players outscoring their counterparts, right? Insomnia outscoring Skylea. Kitsune Ivy outscoring Trigon. Actually, never mind. That's a 1,000 score difference in favor of Trigon. My apologies. But then again, matching Trigon and then Nelly definitely outscoring Bummer Dogs by quite a lot. So great pick coming from Russia, and the timeout was definitely in place because they thought about it, they big brained it, and they picked it, and it was a great pick. And we see Nomad 3 getting picked immediately by Poland. First Nomad pick to be seen, and this one is. It's 4 minutes and 20 length to convert. The map is, I would say, it's a consistency tester on the convert bracket, right? But first Nomad getting picked by Poland, and curious to see how both teams are going to be forming on Nomad. I believe Kitsune Ivy and Nelly are going to be staying in, but I'm not sure if Insomnia is actually going to be staying in, given how Insomnia is mostly a speed player, right? I already told you earlier on that he's able, I believe, to reach air 9.7 DT or something. So most of those players are not really comfortable on air 9.3 or 9.5 no mods. But it does seem that he is going to be staying in, so I might be completely wrong on that. On the other side, Skylea as well, staying in for no mod. So both speed players actually staying in, which is interesting. Cosmic making his reappearance, I believe. I think he played the very first map, the double time 2, and then Mauers as well coming back in. So Bobber sitting on the bench together with Trigon right now.
Well, maybe a good switch for Poland right here. You know, Bobber hasn't been having the worst match possible, but definitely hasn't been putting up the massive plays I think that Poland has been needing to see out of that third player for the maps thus far. So, you know, if they're able to make that switch on Cosmic right now, then that's definitely the direction that they're going to want to take, especially, of course, with that consolidated breakpoint we mentioned. You know, they're really going to want to be able to respond with their own pick right now. If Russia's able to run away with this match, you know, we saw what happened in some of the previous where, you know, you get up a little bit and then it just starts to get out of hand rather quickly. Overall consistency on the pool is really something that matters. And, you know, these more technically intensive picks, we saw Poland look really good on the DT2 earlier, and we'll see if they're able to, you know, kind of maintain that on a much longer pick right here. I believe this is the longest one in the pool at over 4.5 minutes almost.
Yeah, it definitely is. I believe No 1 is 3 minutes and 30 being the second longest, so this one is definitely the longest. This is probably the reason why Poland picked it, right? Wanted to scale Russia on the consistency department. I'm not sure if they will be able to, because Russia's definitely showed some consistency after those 2 first picks, right? And they're currently the driver's seat with 3 maps on the spin. All players getting above 300 combo right now. Tight scoreline. No struggles to be seen in the beginning stage of this map, but as we said, and Mauer's being the first to drop, so very fast from Russia, in fact. But as we said, it's a marathon, this one, not a sprint, so anything's still up wraps for both teams.
Absolutely. Just a quarter of the way through the map right now. You can even see 500 combo only at that point, so we've got a long way to go right now. Mowers just with a little bit of an overdash, of course, we saw at the beginning, the only kind of mess up that we've seen thus far. Russia looking really consistent across all three players right now, hoping to see if they can maintain that. We talked about how good Kitsune Ivy has looked today, and Nelly really has cleaned up the performance from the start of the match, so very, very cool to see a bit of a recovery there from the earlier misses. Insomnia is going to find the first traded break, but Mowers is going to break immediately after, so we're going to maintain that lead for Russia. Insomnia continuing to find breaks in this big key eye section here. We've got this kind of chorus where map starts to pick up a little bit. We're going to slowly approach the halfway point in the map right now, and this will kind of flicker over to Poland if Mowers is able to put up the combos. Insomnia continues to just find these unfortunate misses here again and again. It's not going to help Russia at all. The score lead's going to go over before the next pause.
Yeah, Cosmin is trading one of those, but it's going to actually be really, really tight. We still see three double. This is actually three FCs. Actually, never mind. Only one. No FCs anymore.
Nobody anymore.
Triple FCs coming in from triple misses actually coming in from Russia. It's going to give it advantage to Paul. Mowers being the only one to hit that section together with Cosmin actually. So two players on the Polish side hitting that rougher section. That's going to actually double miss coming from both of them. That is going to switch right back in favor of Russia. So really unfortunate misses coming from Mowers and Cosmin. But for actually, Kitsune Ivy versus Mowers, Kitsune Ivy's combo is a little bit higher, so that's a slight score advantage in favor of Russia, at least combo advantage. Now the score it's really, really tight, actually, going into the last third of this map. And those were really exciting misses to be seen on both sides. Kitsune Ivy once again stepping up for Russia, being that really consistent nomad and hidden player, right? And Mowers missing in the slow section is not helping Poland right now, so once again, tiny advantage for Russia, but it's only one miss separating these two teams on a 4-minute 30th map, so that's insane right now.
This is going to be a big one for Russia here again. Another break point would be significant for the, I think, morale and overall momentum of Poland right now. Cosmit's going to find another break into the ending. They really cannot be having those. Mowers did a good job of recovering from that earlier break. He's going to see if he can recover from this one right now. Skylea going to try and make something work for Poland as we go into the last pause of this map before the ending section. We're at a quarter way left in the map here. It is just barely 40,000 score in the lead for Russia right now, which is not enough to secure them in their position right now. But Kitsune Ivy is going to try and do everything they can alongside Nelly and Insomnia. Three-way holding these 200-plus combos right now. That break from Cosmin is going to make a big difference if it's not traded. And there goes Nelly towards the ending. It's going to be close, but Skylea is going to trade off that break as well. So it's Kitsune Ivy and Insomnia to really continue and maintain the control over this pick into the finish here. Skylea is going to find another break. Kitsune Ivy will trade it, but as long as Insomnia holds this together right now, it's not going to go back fast enough. Mauer is going to break at the ending as well. It's just Cosmic. Nelly's going to put up that 200 combo here towards the ending, and I think that's going to be all she wrote for this pick right here. Last couple ending sections, really not too much to slip up on as we come into the close here, unless there's some massive nerves right now as we get into these last couple of sliders, and that, I think, is going to be it. Russia just barely going to take it, but they are going to grab the break point against Poland, and that's a big, big one for Russia there.
Yeah, definitely. Russian team actually consistently stepping up. All three of their players had their time to shine on this pick, right? On the other side, some unfortunate misses come from Poland, some unfortunate times. I think both teams are kind of evenly matched on this one, but especially Kitsune Ivy. Once again, we've highlighted this guy a lot of times, but once again, stepping up for Russia, and by far their most consistent player right now. Probably out of the 5 players, the second most unknown player in the Russian team, right? When we talk about Russia, it's always Mariola, Insomnia, and Nelly, right? The good trio. But honestly, put Kitsune Ivy up there. Please. He's been playing really, really good. Once again, coming in clutch for Russia. And that's 4-2 scoreline. Poland had a 2-0 lead, but have been giving it away right now. And it's once again Russia's pick, so we could potentially be seeing at a 5-2 scoreline if Russia picks the right map, right? There's still 3 nomads left. Hartik is still untouched. Still 2 double-time comrades left and hidden 3. I'm assuming they're not going to go for hidden 3, given how Russia just, well, they're not known for the hidden, right? I think nomad is going to be a coin toss, right? Actually, never mind. They go for nomad 2. Nomad 2 being... Oh, well, actually, we've seen this map highlighted a couple of times being, how would you say, mistaken for mixed mod 2, but now we finally get to see it, right? The Gemzu nomad map. It's a really, really good map. It's a typical Gemzu map, I think. Most players in this lobby are going to be familiar with Gemzu's style of mapping. assuming Vafara is going to be coming in for Russia instead of Insomnia, and then on the other side, Trigon, I believe, is going to come in as well for Poland. The map is six stars. I believe this is the very first 6-star map in the entire CDC, if I'm not mistaken, except for the qualifiers, most likely. And well, yeah, it's just a technical no mod. But the thing is, with the current catch mapping meta, is that most of the newly ranked 6-7 stars are these types of maps. So all these players that are on the higher end of the rankings, right? I believe all players in this lobby are at least top 300, top 200. They're really familiar with these maps. They play them on a daily or a weekly basis. So I'm assuming, I'm assuming not a lot of misses to be seen on either side. Insomnia actually staying in rather than Vafara coming in, but on the other side, I do believe Trigon is going to, waiting for Trigon as the captain of Poland, already said in the chat. So Skylia staying once again in for Nomad, not known for their Nomad skill, but definitely on that Nomad 3, that's consistent basically. They only got 4 misses, so makes perfect sense to keep them in for this one as well. But let's keep in mind, this is a crucial point for Poland. Losing this one and you have 4 match points for Russia, winning this one and you make sure Russia is not able to confirm their breakpoint. So a lot at stake for Poland for this one, and this can completely change the dynamic of this match depending on the way it goes.
Well, we'll see how this one goes. Trigon's finally going to be making the appearance in the lobby here for Poland. We'll see if they're able to turn this one around. Right now, of course, you know, having that break point down right now, they're really, really not going to be looking too good if they let another one slip up. Obviously, the big difference in these matches, you know, best of 11, you've got slightly more wiggle room than you do in the best of 9s, and then not quite as much as you get in the finals and grand finals weekends when you ramp it up to best of 13. But you still don't want to run down, especially at match point. You know, it matters a little bit less when it's, you know, in the earlier half of the match. But once you start to get to these later picks here, and, you know, when you take into account the switch that Russia has made from their performance early on in the match till now, really is frightening if you're the Polish team to see how they've made this big recovery. And, you know, Russia, with an equal performance in their match before this to what Poland put up against their first opponent, really was scary, especially even missing the player. Bober continuing to find the first miss of the map we didn't see on the last few picks, was subbed out, but continues to find those early breaks. Insomnia is going to have a little bit of trouble with these technical patterns at the beginning too. Nelly and Kitsune Ivy looking very consistent on this. Skylea is going to find a break for Poland as well. It's going to be 1 FC down to 2 already for Russia. Going to favor them in the beginning of this map. A fairly short one as well, just barely over that 2-minute mark here. And as long as Russia combos through these more difficult sections right here, they're going to have a lot of these kind of refrain sections to build up some big combos and burn the clock down, I guess you could say.
Yeah, definitely. This could definitely once again be the Kitsune Ivy show, right? Trigon missing as well. It's lost a seat down on the Polish side, and that's not what they want. Power of Darkness missing as well. Double is coming from Poland. No trades coming from Russia, and they're running away with this. Kitsune Ivy and Nelly both falling onto the FC. Nelly avoiding double S right now on the bottom side. Huge performance coming from both of them. Insomnia supporting it as well beautifully with only a 1 miss. And on the Polish side, yeah, Skyly also on the 1 miss right now, but Power of Darkness somewhat struggling once again. And that's going to be a huge difference maker for Russia. But 2 FCs versus none is doing so much for them, and that score is already 100,000 points. And only a turret left in this map, so not a lot of time left for Poland. They need Kitsune Ivy or Nelly to drop, and Skyly being the one to drop is not going to help them. And I mean, Kitsune Ivy and Nelly are so consistent, right? That's absolutely insane. Approaching the 4-digit combo mark. Map's about 1,300 combo. Insomnia dropping though, that's the start for Poland, but they need more. And Insomnia, Boa dropping, trading that one. And Kitsune Ivy and Nelly, you guys are being hard. It's absolutely insane right now.
Nelly is toasting this map. Oh my goodness. Kitsune Ivy just with that one droplet miss right there. We're going to go into a spinner before the last section right now. There's really not much that Poland is ever going to be able to do about this. It's far too late now. This pick is already secured in Russia's favor. It's really just a matter of how Nelly and Kitsune Ivy finish this map out. Insomnia is going to find a couple more breaks towards the ending. Still a very respectable score into the ending here, but oh my goodness, Nelly and Kitsune Ivy.
Oh, this is absolutely insane.
Wow.
That is pure dominance coming from both of them. 150,000 points difference on a Nomad 2 in a quarterfinal stage. That just screams dominance to me. Beautiful performance coming in from Kisnavi and Nelly. Trigon only with 3 misses, and 3 misses were centered at 1 point, so pretty much 1 miss, right? So, but we see Nomad 4 getting picked immediately, and I'm not sure if this is the pick, Colin. I'm not sure this is the pick. You guys lost on Nomad 3, you guys lost on Nomad 2. It's Nomad 4. It is a more difficult map. Nomad 4 is more technical convert, right? Most of the times the one convert is quite long and a little easier, and the other one is a little more technical, a little harder. Well, this is the case with this one as well. Only 1 minute 50 in length, but we gotta keep in mind, right? That's 4 match points for Russia, and you're gonna pick the hardest Nomad map. I'm not too certain, Paul, but obviously you do you. This might be the biggest big brain once again we've seen, but I'm a little scared for Poland right now. This is a tournament live on the line as well. I keep forgetting that as well. It's a loser bracket match. The loser of this match finishes between 12th and 16th, actually 13th and 16th. This year's CWC. And all players staying in actually, so immediately getting started. Sonic is and Nelly, and then versus Barber of Darkness, Dragon, and Skylia. If one individual is able to see this map, which I don't think we've seen this weekend just yet, and I don't think it's quite possible either because of the difficulty of this map, that would be huge for either team. I think Skylia could be that player. Nelly as well, actually assessing that Nomad 2, probably feeling really, really confident. 4 match points for the Russian Federation on Poland pick, Nomad 2, Enigma 2, Nomad 4 rather, a convert pick, 1 minute 50 in length. Obviously, I believe it's a little less than 6 stars when converted. It says 8 stars, but that's the standard rating. But that indicates how different this map is, right? Kitsune being the first to drop at the beginning stage, giving the small advantage in favor of Poland's Skylia, and Insomnia trading misses on that wiggle.
Well, I think this is Poland's way of trying to keep themselves going in this match right here. They're, you know, if you're thinking in Poland's terms right now, you're going to try and keep up the intensity of this match as high as you possibly can and just hope that Russia finally finds a slip-up somewhere and you're able to put up those combos. Right now, they're only finding a couple of slip-ups from Russia. Bober continuously finding breaks to trade along Insomnia right now, though, so it's really not that much of a lead that Poland is gaining over them right now, and this map really counts up the combo rather quickly. The density of this is pretty high, so you got a lot of combo really quickly here. There's a break from Nelly, and that's going to be pretty big for Poland here, still holding those 2 big combos. Bober is going to be finding up that 200 plus as well. Right now, it's the 2 combos on Russia compared to the 3 large ones on Poland right now as we pass the halfway point of this map. All players hitting that pretty quick hyper dash right there. Nobody finding a break on that is definitely a little bit of a choke point there. And we'll see now. It's up to Poland if they're able to hold it into the ending here. It's going to be Trigon finding an unfortunate break, though. That's going to be big. Kitsune Ivy was able to trade that one out, though. So Russia's not going to gain as much favor as they probably wanted here. But as long as these 2 players continue trading, Poland may have done enough here. It's about just under 100,000 in the lead for them as this map slowly comes to a close right now. Skylia both find breaks. It's going to be Nelly and Insomnia to hold. This is going to be so close into the ending. We might see Poland lose their pick again at the ending. Nelly and Insomnia find a double break. It's going to be Kitsune Ivy too. Skylia traded it. I think Poland is going to hold it just long enough on Trigon into the ending right there. Oh my goodness, that almost threw it over twice.
Oh, that was insane. That was getting really close. But a triple miss coming from Russia there. That's so unfortunate. And then Kitsune Ivy is somewhat struggling on this one. 15 misses. Somewhat uncharacteristic coming from him. And Trigon, definitely MVP on this one with 2 misses. Great pick coming from Poland, actually. I take back what I said. Nomad 4 was definitely the right pick. Well done by Poland. 5-3 scoreline. Russia's pick now, but it's their last pick of this match, right? So off this one, Poland gets 1 more pick, and then we have a potential tiebreaker. I'm not going to say it out loud just yet, but we might have a potential tiebreaker. We'll see. We'll see.
You just said it twice, though.
I tried not to curse you, but I actually did. Either way.
Simulation broken. Simulation broken. Abort.
But that one was, wow, that was once again, that could have been like compared to Brazil versus Norway hidden 3 map right at the beginning pick of that match. That was getting really close. But then, again, the triple miss from Russia, unfortunate, but nothing lost just yet. They still have 2 more maps to close this one out. Nice to see where actually Russia wants to take this one. There's no map 1 still left open. Consistency, no map, but there's also hard rock 1. Consistency, hard rock. There's convert, hard rock. There's convert double time, completely untouched. And there's convert hidden. So a lot of convert and then consistency. It's either convert or consistency. Curious to see where they want to take this. I think double time 4 might be their best bet, given they won. Actually, they won a double time 1, which is the higher double time. They might go for double time 3, actually, which is also higher convert double time. But we'll have to see. Not an easy pick for Russia, right? It's their very last pick, so they have to keep that in mind. And this one is giving Poland one last chance to potentially get to that 5-5 scoreline. We'll see how it ends up going, but this one is really, really close actually. Nomad 4, Trigon especially actually on the bottom right with the Tomb is only really huge performance coming in from Trigon. Russia going for a DT4 in the end, so they are going for that Air 8.1 double time convert. And, well, yeah, I believe nerves are going to be quite high on either side, right? Russia knows if they lose this one, it's going to get really tricky. Poland knows if they lose this one, they're out of the tournament. So, both teams, but picking double time against Maurus and Skylia is always risky. On the other hand, you have Kitsune Ivy and Nelly and Insomnia, all three going to be performing really, really well on most of these maps. So, yeah, this one is going to go and get really, really close once again in the end. I believe Fafara might actually step in favor of Kitsune Ivy, given how Fafara is more of a speed player for Russia. We'll have to see.
Potentially. I think you're looking for the most consistent players on these picks right now. You know, you've seen a lot of these longer picks come out right now, and it really has been Russia favored on some of these, but Poland trying to make a turnaround on some of the higher intensity maps right here. Unfortunately for them, this map doesn't really kind of fit that description, so they're going to have to make, you know, kind of an overall team shift right here. It looks like they're going to opt for not having Bober in for this pick. Of course, Cosmit's going to be coming back in for the speed map here. Definitely something we've seen as a trend in this match thus far. Just Nelly has kind of the sit-in for this match for the Russian Federation, you know, really been consistent across most maps today. You know, maybe some rough starts to certain ones, but overall has maintained very well. There's Fafara, like you mentioned earlier. It's going to be Kitsune Ivy to come back in for Russia, though. So, despite maybe not being their top speed player on the team, has definitely, you know, kept up the consistency and the performance through the entire match. And, you know, that might just be what they're looking for here to close this out.
Yeah, definitely. This map is Air 8.1, so it's relatively low AR double time. It's a typical double time convert in the fact that it's quite a lot of tricky jumps and some weird streamy patterns that can catch people off guard. But I assume, honestly, just looking at these plays, I think Maurus and Skyler are going to be relatively confident in this one. Same for Nelly, and I think Kitsune Ivy as well. Kitsune Ivy might opt for that hidden modifier for reading purposes, given he's the hidden main red. Obviously, a decent Nomad player as well, which we've seen in the past few maps. But we'll see how it pans out. Let's keep in mind Poland's tournament life was going on the line. It wasn't the line on the last pick, but they managed to convert that one into a point. This one is Russia's pick, though, so they have to break Russia, and they have to beat them on their own pick as well. But first things first, DT4 coming in, Air 8.1 double time, which translates to Air 9.7. And then length 2 minutes 50, so relatively lengthy once again.
This is going to be a big one for Poland here. Of course, this is the last major hurdle they're going to have to jump in order to maybe force tiebreaker on this one right here. But Farah is going to find a little bit of an overdash to start the map off here. Hopefully, for Russia's sake, that doesn't become a trend for the entire map across something as long as this. That could really be bad for them. But Poland, again, this is kind of their last opportunity to keep themselves fighting in this match right now. There is potential for tiebreaker between these two teams. On paper, this is one of the closer matchups for this weekend here in terms of overall player compatibility. So we're really, really looking for Poland to continue making that shift. There's Fafara again, and it's a double break from Russia after that break from Fafara. So a full reset. Poland is going to have a very early lead right now as Kitsune Ivy finds one more break. Overall, looking much better on this DT pick to start. We're past a quarter of the way into the map right now and completely unwavering on the Russian side. Skylea with 2 droplet misses here and there, but the combo difference is just huge right now. Nelly's going to find a break as well to reset before hitting that combo cap. It's already looking bad for Russia. And another break from Kitsune Ivy. It's all going downhill for Russia so quickly. It's just Cosmit to trade.
Yeah, Maurus and Skyly, the two of them still holding on to the FC. Maurus with the double S, and this is just a complete dominance from Poland in the beginning stage of this map, right? There's still half of the map left, but it doesn't seem likely that they're going to miss it. Skyly ends up dropping this, so it's only Maurus right now with the full combo. But Fafara, on the other hand, after those early 2 slip-ups, ends up getting some combo. Maurus ends up dropping those, so no full combos left, but the double trade coming from Nelly and Kitsune Ivy. And Fafara being the star for Russia right now, they need him to hold on, and they need hope for Mormons, but it's a 200,000 score difference. That's a huge score. It's a huge buffer coming in for Poland. And a beautiful performance from them in the beginning stage of this map, right? Quarter left, and Fafara dropping. That's the last Russia high combo dropping. Kitsune Ivy dropping as well. And it's so seeming very, very grim for Russia. Cosmo that's trading one, but Skylia and Mars, the two of them, the two double-time players for Poland, just showing up for Poland right now and huge performance. And they can see the difference. 250,000 points. That is brutal.
That's crazy. If you are Poland right now, you can see that they're a little excited at that pause right there. I think they had a chance to maybe take a look at the difference in the score between the two right now. Skylia is going to find a break into the ending, but it does not matter. The damage was done by Poland so early on in this match. Russia just not able to respond to those early combos, and the overall consistency for Poland on this pick as Bafara and Kitsune Ivy find some breaks into the ending right here. Mauer is going to be bringing it into the ending with the highest score in the lobby, just over 1 million points right there, and that is exactly what Poland needed to do. They have secured themselves the break point against Russia. They're now going to go to their own pick, their final opportunity, the last stand for Poland right now. They're going to try forcing this tiebreaker immediately into the double time 3 pick. No hesitation whatsoever. They're going to keep the ball rolling right now. They're going to try force this tiebreaker out immediately from Russia, and in a very, very confident fashion as well.
Yeah, Cosmic wasting no time for double time 3. They saw the performance on this one. They assume Russia is going to be struggling as much on double time 4 as they will be on double time 3. So immediately double time P coming out. And Mauer, the young gun for Poland, right? The new player showing up when they need him. Beautiful performance coming from Mauer. Really happy for him. He hasn't gotten a lot of time to shine the earlier matches from Poland, right? In that first match against Belgium, and that second match as well. But now he's got his moment, and what a time to do so as well. 1 minute on that double time 4 pick, beautiful performance. I mean, Poland got a 3 million score. I mean, 3 million score on this difficulty of pool as a team is just that's beautiful. So really, not the right pick coming from Russia. They wasted that one sadly, and then Poland just seeming to have a small, a big edge actually on cover DT. Is making them pick double time 3, but let's keep in mind this map's a little different. It's AR 8.8, not AR 8.1, so way higher AR. And then the length, it's 4 minutes 46, so that's 3 minutes after double time is added. Insomnia coming in for Kitsune Ivy. Insomnia being known for their double time, right? So that it's a decent choice, but it's all in Poland's hands right now, right? If they win this pick, we have a tiebreaker. If they lose their pick, 6 horse corner for Russia. So huge pressure on Poland, but given their performance on double time 4, I'm looking so forward to this one. I think Poland is going to come in guns blazing on this one. Skylia, Mauer, the two of them, and Cosmin. I mean, Cosmin did not perform bad on DT4 whatsoever, right? He was only trailing Skylia by 20,000 points, which is not a bad effort whatsoever, outscoring the entirety of Russia on his own as well. So really pure dominance from Poland. And last pick of this match, DT3, so we saw no Hardwick in this match. It's also really interesting. We saw only one hidden pick, one being banned, and then hidden 3 also left open. So both teams just not wanting to pick Hardwick against each other, and it's something we hinted upon in previous streams as well. Like Russia and Poland are really strong Hardwick teams, but both of them really haven't played Hardwick that much this tournament. Do they have enough intel about each other's Hardwick skills? And both teams just do not want to pick Hardwick against each other. It's really interesting to see. So, it is what it is, obviously, and he can't.
They're going to use a timeout. Yeah, that's probably something that you're going to want to do right now if you're not feeling pretty good on this pick, right? All right, so it looks like they might give it a timeout really quick here. If you're Poland right now, this is a very, we always talk a lot about, Poland is down a point right now, and if they don't get this, they don't win the match, which does create some nerves in here. And I think if you talk to a lot of teams, there is a little bit of nerves here, but Poland also has full control of this match right now. They know exactly what they're doing for their pick right now. They're going to use their timeout to see if they can get Walrus' keyboard back in line. I guess the key's not quite working for that, so they're going to try and fix things up here. But if you talk to a lot of teams that have been in this scenario before, I think Russia might honestly be more nervous than Poland. You talk to these teams, Russia had a big 2-point lead earlier in this match. They were up to 5 points. They had that match point so early. And Poland has been making this sweeping comeback in the later half of this match right now. Your nerves cannot be kept in control if you're Russia right now, because Poland is just on such a roll right now that you know, where's the confidence gone, basically? You could be as confident as you want across all these maps, and Poland has just been absolutely stomping through this. So, you know, regardless of how nervous Poland might be, Russia is certainly in a similar scenario right now, despite having an advantageous position in terms of scoring. So I'm excited to see if that does make a bit of a difference between it. Again, one of the longer DT picks right here. We're going to see if that makes a big difference. We talked about Russia's consistency earlier, but when you look over at Poland and what they've been pulling out on some of these later picks right now, they've definitely been able to maintain their nerve and consistency across a wide variety of maps in this match here, and that has definitely contributed to their success in the latter half here, despite some roadblocks they ran into in the middle right now. So I guess Mower's going to be out, unfortunately, for Poland. It's going to be Bober back in for them. Technical difficulties withstanding for Poland. Hopefully it doesn't make that much of a difference for them. We'll see if they're able to maintain it with the 3 roster that they have right now. Mowers was a big player on that previous DT pick right now, so we'll see if Bober is able to make that switch for them.
Yeah, definitely. Some valid points coming out of you. And the thing is as well, if Poland were to win this pick, they have the momentum on their side. And do you want to play a tiebreak against a team that has all the momentum on their side? I'm not too sure you want that. So this is, I mean, it's vital for both teams, but especially Russia. I think there's more pressure on the Russian shoulders right now. We see Insomnia and Cosmic. Cosmic picking Hidden with his double time is interesting. I've not seen him play DT Hidden that much. But Insomnia, on the other hand, always picking Hidden for reading purposes as well. But Maurus not being in for this one is scaring me just a little bit, given how we performed so well on DT4. But it seems like Barber is not struggling on this one, or at least not in the beginning of this one, so that is good to see. Oh, actually, double miss coming in. Yeah.
Not too early, not too, bad for them at the beginning of the map here, well before anyone hits that combo cap here. So a slight advantage for Russia, just basically on the score lost from those 2 misses there. They're going to be able to recover from that later on here. We'll see. And there's a trade from Pafara. We saw something similar on the previous DT pick here, where Pafara was having a lot of trouble at the beginning of the map, was able to put up a combo towards the ending here. But I think it really is going to lie on Nelly and Insomnia right now. They've been 2 very big players for Russia today, and if they're able to have a good performance on this map right now, then that's kind of the difference that Russia was missing on that previous DT pick that Poland was able to pick up on here. Bober not quite able to put up the performance I think that Poland is going to be looking for right here. Hopefully there's going to be recovery from these misses early on here towards the latter half of this map. It's going to go by rather quickly, despite being a 3-minute plus long pick right now. Skylea and Cosmic going to try and do whatever they can with these combos right now. Bober finally going to hit that combo cap again. It drops it immediately, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, goodness. His movement is a little shaky. Doesn't seem really too comfortable. And on the other hand, Nelly and Nusam is still not to the FC, so that's a huge effort to make for Russia. That's already 100,000 points in difference right now, and Poland needs Barber to step up and hold this combo, and they need to hope for multiple misses coming from Russia. But a 5 dribbling ones, that's a start, but Skylea trading immediately, and that is not helping Poland whatsoever. Nelly and Cosmic as well, no combos on the Polish side, and Nelly and Insomnia, 2 of them on the bottom side, still not to a full combo right now. And Fafar trading one of those misses, but they need more. That's 140,000 scoring difference, and Barber missing once more. And they can see it right now that there's still 2 full combos on the Russian side. That's going to give Russia such a huge morale boost, right? It's there to lose right now. 140,000 points in difference. The hardest section is coming up, and Cosmic is the one to drop instead.
Oh, that might just be it. That might be it for them. Nelly and Insomnia holding so confidently through this pick now. It's over 100,000 score in the lead for Russia, and there's really nothing that Poland is going to be able to do with the combos that they've got on the board right now. They're just not gaining score fast enough, and the clock is running down. Bober's going to find another break, which is just going to prolong the amount of time that it's going to take for them to be able to claw back some of this score. Nelly, 0 mess-ups right now. There goes Insomnia, Vafara, Bober. Cosmic and Skylea going to hold some combos down right now. It's going to bring the score back just a tiny bit here, but there's a double break from Poland. It's just Skylea to hold, and Nelly is going to do a perfect job of holding back anything that Skylea is going to be able to put up at the ending of this map right now. And this is going to be another stellar performance from Nelly to hold Russia. And this time it's going to be to the win rather than a break point, and that is it into the last spinner here. Congratulations to Russia, barely keeping it together towards the ending here. And that is going to be Nelly with another double S into the finish, a 6-4 victory for Russia to unfortunately eliminate Poland from the tournament this year.
Yeah, that's a beautiful score from Nelly. All eyes on him right now. Double is coming on double time. A really rough map, actually. So beautiful performance coming from Nelly. And I somewhat think that that DT3 pick was a little too quickly coming out of Poland. They should have probably given this some more thought. I think Maurus would not have made a difference. The score difference was already too big between Cosmos Skylia and then Nelly and Insomnia. So beautiful performance coming from Russia. At the last pick and barely avoiding that tiebreaker situation. And that's 6-4 for Russia, and they do end up finishing at least top 12 in this year's CWC. Poland, on the other hand, ends up dropping down to the 13th and 16th spot this year. Given how they qualified 19th, they did outperform the qualification, right? So, once again, your winners on the screen. Nelly, Mariola sadly not being here. Kitsunavi, Insomnia, and Vafar, a 4-man team taking down Poland. And they live to see another week. And, well, I mean, this match is so close, and Poland could have won it in the end, but Russia seemed really, really comfortable, except for that DT4 pick. I think that DT4 pick was a huge mistake coming from them, and they made it a little closer than it should have been. But then again, they managed to bring it home in the end. Their 6-4 scoreline in favor of Russia, so Russia do continue forward. Beautiful performance. I'm going to quickly check who they'll be facing next weekend, or
They'll be facing the loser of Indonesia-Chile.
Ooh,
Very tough opponent.
That is a very tough opponent, definitely. Indonesia-Chile will be playing tomorrow in about 21 hours from now. So, well, yeah, I think that's going to be it from us for now, for today, right? Saturday matches have been finished. There, we have one tonight at 3 UTC. I believe that counts as Sunday, right? There's going to be Saturday for some people, but we'll have the upcoming match being South Korea and Mexico. South Korea being 6th-time or 7th-time, I believe, world champion. And then Mexico, highest finish ever was 4th, but they have brought a new squad together with 2 new players, and they seem really, really good this year. So that match is definitely going to be a banger. And so make sure to be here in about 8 hours from now. Keep in mind, well, at least for us Europeans, it's going to be a little rough, given how that's in the middle of the night, but the Americans and the Asians can enjoy it. I believe it's going to be a really, really tight match, just like this one.
Oh, very exciting. No shortage of excitement left. Of course, you mentioned all of our winners bracket matches going to be taking place spread across the day tomorrow, as well as the remainder of our losers bracket matches. So plenty left to come around for. We hope you enjoyed the matches that have been shown on stream today. Some very close performances from some teams and some absolutely dominant finishes from others on these later stage pools right here. But we hope you've enjoyed thus far. We'll be taking a break, of course, until that Mexico-South Korea match in about 8 hours at 3 UTC. Until then, do whatever you got to do. Maybe stop by the store, buy some banners while you still can to support
your favorite team. Pear had some difficulties there, so to support the favorite team is what he was going to say. Oh, there he is once again. And well, yeah, as we said, we'll see you guys in about 8 hours. Pear, it was an absolute blast to cast these 2 matches with you. Well, that's going to be it from us for now today. I was Quinton. I was here with Chili or Pear. And be sure to come back in about 8 hours from now. Take care, everyone. Have a good night for those that live around Europe. And we'll catch you guys tomorrow. 3 UTC Sunday. Keep that in mind. Bye-bye.